It's time for Sabbath talk, then.
Yeah. Kirby, are you even alive? Your eyes are open. He was just sleeping with his eyes open. Shabbat shalom, Chuck.
Hey.
Hey, how are you doing this fine day?
I got out of bed. I've had 2 cups of coffee, and now I'm going to open the fridge and get me some breakfast.
Okay.
How y'all?
Oh, pretty good. Todd's
Dang.
not feeling the best.
I feel about.
What's the matter with him?
I feel about like I look.
Oh, oh no, oh no, that's awful.
Tell me about it.
Oh
I felt better.
goodness, bro. Well,
But I'm
you know,
here.
I don't get a notification. I have to go back a week to find Ross's old notification in order to get in here. Oh, there we go.
I can send you an invite by email.
Well, I get them by email from Ross, but what I don't they don't show up until later is the problem. I don't know why my
Yeah,
email
his
doesn't.
his newsletters have been coming late. I can send you an invitation by email. I do have your email, and that way
I
you
used
can
to
just
have
always access it if you save it in your email.
that'll work. That'll work. I can keep doing it the way I've been doing it too. I can go back and I can go back a week or two. I don't think it's ever gone more than 3 weeks.
Shabbat shalom, Morgan. How are you and Nita doing today?
Oh, no, we're hanging in here. Bit stormy here today.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to storm here a little bit.
We
Yeah.
had a lightning storm come through here.
Really?
Oh,
Huh.
yeah, it woke me up. It was just a big batch of lightning that blew through. It woke
Huh.
everybody up. My wife got a picture of it on the weather radar, and it was just this county-wide cloud that was hardly any rain, but lots and lots of lightning.
Hmm. Probably the scientists messing with the weather,
Yeah.
because that's unusual.
Oh, and if that
By
theory
the
don't
way,
work with
did you happen to get the book?
not yet, no sir.
Oh, okay.
I am looking forward to it though. I like the way that the people uh, that use the prayer book regularly. I like the effect it has on their life. So I'm kind of looking forward to playing with it myself.
It's got some. It's got some good prayers in it.
Ah,
We must have had some people praying last night because this little dude right here was
Has
doing a little,
perked
little
up a
bit
little
better today.
bit. Yeah, I come in here this morning. He was meowing a little bit. He's got such a soft meow.
He didn't the
It's
first
really
day.
weak still. And he was climbing the cage to try to get to me.
our our puppy got run over this week.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that. I'm so sorry.
I guess it's been a little bit more than a week. I'm still dealing with it on the inside.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I understand. Been there too. We lost his little brother yesterday morning. Apparently he must have really had the worms bad. I mean, his stomach was swelled up and was as hard as a rock. And I guess he might have had a seizure. We don't know.
Yeah, that's one thing about animals. The vet bills can really get into your pocketbook.
Oh yeah, especially when you have all of them fixed.
Well, we were probably going to have to get Sadie fixed, but she was just too aggressive, if you know what I'm saying.
Hmm.
But she had started to calm down, but she still. This county. Once they paved this county road out front, we started losing animals. Every one we get, if we don't keep them inside, they're gone.
Yeah.
With the exception of two cats, that gray cat and that yellow cat. Those are survivors. Of course, they come home all scratched up pretty regular.
Yeah, I was feeding the ones outside this morning, and the one we call Cuz, he's a orange tabby. He was out there this morning, kind of looking up at me and stuff, and his face is just all tore up. And he's a handsome boy. I mean, he's a good looking cat, but his face was just all across his nose, everything. I was like, man, you need to quit getting into fights.
Even cats know that chicks dig scars.
That's her little kitty sling.
He said scars.
Oh, scars. I said scarf. Yeah, he's got a lot of scars on him. Poor fella. But he's got some age on him too. He's 5 years old, so he's got some age on him.
I just sent you the link, Charles. Um, if you, I think I sent you the link.
Well, don't stress over it, Angel. I have the ability to search my email for nickels and then find the weekly update and then go down through there to get it. So I'm good to go. It's not that big a deal.
No, I'm not stressing. It's already sent. I was just waiting
Okay.
for my email server to catch up.
All right. Now I've got some kind of notification. Let's see. Yep. Sabbath Table Gathering link. Got it.
And it's the same every week unless we end up having to change it.
Well, I think Todd's got my phone number too.
Hmm. Yeah. Morgan, have y'all found a place yet?
Yeah, got we found a place, apartment complex. Uh, I think we'll qualify. It's subsidized, so there's about that much paperwork to fill out for the government.
Oh
You
wow.
Yeah,
know,
Virginia government sucks.
yeah. So, but we like the place. It was built in 2020. It's pretty new. It's pretty nice, but we'll see. I'm gonna work on that
So
this
that was
week.
the one you were thinking of.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Where's that at?
Berryville. It's about
Very.
60 miles west of DC, almost straight west. Not very far from West Virginia. You
Okay.
can see the Blue Ridge from there. Um, we went north. We were looking at other towns just to get a feel for some of the towns, and we went north, and not very far north of that is Maryland. So it's just when I put it into Roanoke driving time, it's 3 hours from you guys.
Oh, okay. So it's up towards.
Way north.
I guess. Yeah, I was gonna say. I guess it's not too far from Harrisonburg,
I don't remember
because Harrisonburg
seeing.
is about three and a half hours,
About
something like
two
that.
Okay.
hours and 50 minutes to Berryville.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that, so I'm just trying to
I've heard
see.
of Berryville, Winchester. That's what I'm thinking of. Winchester,
Winchester's a bigger, yeah,
not Harrisonburg.
that's real close. Berryville's it's less than 5,000 people. But that's kind of what our
Oh,
daughter
so
said,
it's up at the tip of Virginia,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
top
up
of
there,
it.
way up there, yeah.
we up there in the blue
Okay,
section,
clean up, clean up.
So,
as we call it.
Yeah, life's a little slower there than even Leesburg, and way slower than DC, and
Yeah.
everybody's just racing to do whatever all the time. It seems like it just, but
I used to work
Maryville's
maintenance, Morgan.
kind of quaint. Yes.
I used to work maintenance at a subsidized, in fact, uh, more than two subsidized places I've worked. And I did the maintenance on those apartments. And
Uh-huh.
every year you're going to have to prove income and
Right.
med expenses or whatever the mechanism is that you get in. Don't
Yeah.
don't keep a copy of all that so it's easier to fill out in the following years because they'll pretend like you're well, I don't know, maybe all management companies aren't the same, but the management company that I was working for,
Hmm.
they didn't treat their tenants very nicely.
Really.
No, you got to keep records. Every phone call you make to them, every time a maintenance person comes in, just get a notebook and keep a little log because
Okay.
they'll pretend that they remember better than you. But if you've got a log, then you've got yourself a little covered up. I hate to talk about people doing stuff crooked, but those companies tend to try to, and there's fraud involved too. Make sure all your paperwork's definitely penny by penny squared away.
Yeah. Well,
Well, that's terrible for me to come in talking like that. I apologize, but
Well, it's
I mean, I've had thoughts of, do I really have to give them all this the information? I mean, access to our accounts, basically, if they're crooked. You know what I'm saying? All your bank accounts, all any any investments you have, they have to see all that, those all that. So that's a little scary, especially these days.
hmm
well, keep records, keep good
Yeah.
records. Yeah, I'm sorry to bring that up, but that's a
No,
reality.
don't be sorry. I appreciate it.
that was good advice
Yeah.
because especially when you're dealing with government and Virginia government, the I tell you, I file sales taxes and I keep digital records of the confirmation number and the a copy of the form because you just never know. And I also
Right.
have to fill out guardianship paperwork for my daughter every year, and I keep double copies of that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's a safe practice, especially when you're dealing with government or and when you're having to deal with financial reporting and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, our whole office back there is basically one big filing cabinet.
No,
Sure.
I mean, she keeps records of everything.
yeah, I have
Yeah.
digital records and physical records of some things. Like for my business, it's all digital.
So are you the apartment you're getting? Are you actually having to purchase it, or are you basically using
No,
it?
no, it's just rent.
Oh, okay.
Just rent. Yeah. Yeah. There was another place that we've seen before that we know somebody that lives there they really like, but it's a $300,000 buy-in, or almost 400,000.
Oh wow.
Ooh.
But you get it all back. That you're loaning them the money and they make interest. But anytime you leave, you get it back. But then and then plus it's 3,000 a month, you know.
Three
So
thousand dollars a month. Oh my
three, three,
gosh.
yeah. But that includes meals. They have seven really high-end restaurants in the complex. It's huge. It's a big complex, but it's down around Leesburg, and a much different feel, and kind of hoity-toity compared to where we're going.
Yeah. Well, if it includes meals, $3,000 a month isn't that bad considering the
No,
price of groceries.
yeah.
Shabbat shalom, Baxter.
Because I know the one that my mom's next door neighbors moved in. Um, like I was telling you about the one that they built on a spring, but
Yeah.
they made them buy the apartment,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
it
Some
was
of them.
like $100,000 or something like that per
Yeah.
apartment or something, which I thought was just highway robbery.
Right.
But they actually made you buy one, and then you had to a monthly fee, which was the meals and everything else, and the maintenance and all that kind of stuff. And they
Sure.
just, you know, I'm sure there's a lot better places than that,
Yeah.
but they liked it. But at the same time, though, they were. I remember we went by and saw
I had a
them.
lot of complaints about it.
Yeah, we
I
went by.
remember your mom talking about
Took
that.
mom over there to see her one day, see them one day, and they were just cracks all in the ceiling and everything else. And they're like, "We don't know why it's doing this." I said, "Because it's settling. You got a spring underneath you.
Yeah.
They didn't pipe it out." So,
Yeah.
but but it was a big place. I mean, it was from point A, drive all the way around that thing. It was 1.3 miles. If you started, came all the way back to where we
Right.
were, and I
Yeah.
had to put gutter on all that.
Okay.
So I was there a while.
Sure.
You know, with
Yeah.
the mile and a half of gutter. I mean, good grief, that was
This one's
crazy.
only
Oh
this one's only
my goodness.
140 units.
Baxter said his sister and her husband are looking at a place that's $3,650 a month, 7,500 for both, and they're on a waiting list. 1.5 to buy, and you get it
You get it back.
back.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
there's those kind of places. Yeah. I happened to look up at Beaver Lake in Arkansas by our friends. They live on the lake for rentals, and the one was only 7,600 a month, the rental, and the other was 16,000, I think, something like that a month.
Wow.
There's a lot of money down there. That's Walmartville and everything down there.
You said only.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money to me.
Oh, it is. That's just horrendous. I'm being facetious. That's horrendous. It's big. It's like a little mini castle. But you don't need anything like that.
Well, I can tell you one thing: the owner of that property ain't driving nothing but German cars. I'm sure.
Yeah.
That
Probably
kind of
so.
money.
Probably so.
That's crazy.
It's a
Well,
lot better in Alabama. Prices aren't that high down here.
Yeah.
they put you in a retirement trailer park.
Yeah,
Hey,
whatever
don't.
that means. Nonprofit isn't really nonprofit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, it was somebody down here 10 miles from us. There was a tornado week before last. And of course, it went right for the mobile home park. And
Oh.
there was one sitting by the road. There's just the frame left, twisted all up across the road from where it'd been, I guess. And it killed a person
Oh wow.
that was in it. Yeah. So I haven't had that one really that close, all that close for a while.
Yeah. There's. I know there for a little while I lived in a single wide, and it was maybe for about a year maybe or something like that. This is in my second marriage, and every time it stormed, it was kind of feel it, kind of shake a little bit sometimes. It's like, oh man, and it was a big one too. It was like 70 feet. I mean, it was a good sized trailer. It had two full bathrooms in it and everything else, but still a trailer regardless. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. We lived in one in Pennsylvania. We were fine there. Except when we were setting it, we bought it and it was just before Nita and I got married. And I was under the one side, gonna taking the wheels off and putting some blocks on under there. Or no, the blocks were already there. I was taking the wheels off, and the guy had gotten. I didn't notice he had gotten cinder block. They, weren't cured all that well, whatever, and they started cracking, and it pinned me. It stuck a bolt into my shoulder, and I was having a hard time breathing. I said, now, God, now, just before we're getting married, really, you know, and there was just friend was standing outside right next to the trailer, and he was chewing chew, and he swallowed it and he turned green. He was a black man. He turned green. And guys were running around trying to get jacks and everything because it was a little muddy or something. All of a sudden, the black guy's name, he had a nickname of Hoopy, and he said Hoopy's he's looking and he didn't know what to do. There's nothing he can do. He's and all of a sudden that trailer just lifted up, and I scooted out and he pulled me out and wham down into the mud.
Oh my
So
goodness.
it wasn't my time, or he heard my plea, one or the other, or whatever.
Wow.
And then Nita shows up and a few minutes later, and everybody's kind of white faced and whatever, kind of drained, and what's going on, So we told her. See, I worked for a guy that sold mobile homes, so I got one for cost through him. Really, a
Yeah.
nice one as mobile homes goes, very nice. But uh, he said, "Well, you guys have something to do." I said, "Yeah, we got to run up and get our license." So he said, "You guys go do that." He said, "We'll take care. We'll finish this."
Right.
So yeah, it was a close call.
Yeah, the one I was in was nice. I mean, it was had a porch built onto it, a covered porch, and a little storage building down, I don't know, 50 yards away, something like that, and like 2 acres of land. I mean, it was nice, and it belonged to my sister-in-law, and she offered to sell it to me, and I was like, well, yeah, I can sell the trailer and build a house here or something. Like, you can't do that. What do you mean you can't do that? She says this whole entire area uh, is trailer only. And I was like, well, then I ain't buying it. Because if I buy a property, I put what I want on there. You
Yeah,
can't tell me what I can. Some kind of housing thing.
Homeowners
right.
Yeah, homeowners
association.
association. Yeah, but yeah, if your grass gets even 5 inches tall, they'll come knocking on your door.
Yeah,
Time to mow it.
yeah.
Time for you
That's
to
like
shut up.
yeah, it's like the city we live next to. They have a grass can be so high, blah blah, and so they're harassing these people, and we're driving around and going, well, I know the city owns that lot. That's 14 inches high at least. I know the city owns that lot.
Oh yeah,
Real fair,
yeah. I think
but
it's. Uh, I don't think the city here does anything unless somebody calls and complains about it or something, and if they have to mow it, then they'll bill you for it. But I I've only heard that happening one time, but that's been a long time ago. But I guess now people have to complain about it because you get tall like that, and about anything can live in there. So you don't want that. So it is what it is. When it gets hot like this, though, we just hire somebody to come mow it, so we ain't got to fool with it.
Yeah, I used to mow it until I had the heat stroke a couple of years ago, and I
Hmm.
can't. Every time I mow it when it gets hot outside, I feel like I'm really close to having another heat stroke, and I'm like, it's not worth the 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 cost.
Yeah, when I
we
come home,
we got out of Virginia just in time before that 100-degree stuff hit. It was nice and cool. We were there. It rained off and
yeah,
on, not heavy, but rain.
Have you
Uh,
already had one heat stroke, Angel?
Yeah.
You got to be careful.
Hmm.
You can't have another one, or you're not supposed to.
no, it ain't cold here, Patty. It's 100 degrees outside.
I was wondering, it looks from this angle, Todd, it looks like you're wearing flannel, like we would wear
I do have a
flannel.
Oh,
flannel shirt.
he's got a virus or
I got some
something.
kind
He
of
puked this
stomach
morning.
bug or something. I don't know what it is,
No,
but I was freezing this morning.
did you see that bug that's going around? I had it about 2 weeks ago. It's this intestinal thing caused from a parasite, and they think it's from like produce or something. And they're recommending that you wash your produce really good
Or we
if
usually
you
do
buy it from
anyway.
the store. So anyway, I asked that because yesterday I almost had a heat stroke, and today it's like I'm wondering if I should turn the heat on. It's like that's how it is in New York. It's so funny like that. Cold here.
Kind of like the way Virginia is. You don't like the weather, hang around 5 minutes.
They say that
Exactly.
everywhere.
That's how it is here. It's exactly like that.
They say that everywhere though. They even say that in Louisiana. My ex-husband used to say that.
I hope you feel better, Todd.
Thanks. I feel okay. Just weak. Just don't feel like eating
Yeah.
anything right now.
Aw.
But I mean, it just happened all of a sudden. I was sitting here this morning. I felt fine, and all of a sudden I was kind of like, oh, I got to go.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
wow,
It's going around it. If you look it up, I'll look up the name for it and I'll post it there in just a second. It's some really long word, but you can Google it and see that it's going around. But anyway, hope you feel better.
it all means one thing: you just don't feel good.
Have y'all heard the one about the guy from Arizona, Louisiana, and Alaska?
uh,
The weather joke.
I hadn't heard that one.
Yeah, they were sitting around talking about the weather back home, and one of them said, "Yeah, Arizona get up 114, 120, but it's a dry heat, so it's not so bad." Guy from Alaska says, "Yeah, we get down around a minus 20, minus 100, minus about 50 sometimes, but it's a dry cold, so it's not so bad." Louisiana guy says, "Yeah, we get about 5 inches of rain a week, but it's a dry rain, so it ain't so bad."
Good grief.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
See, I don't care who you are. It's funny right there.
Well, that's about the only one I can think of right now.
But the only one we can think of is clean.
Is it cyclosporia or cyclospora, Patty?
I think that's what she had put in on Facebook.
Yeah, yes, that's what it was. That's the one.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of that.
Says it gives you the green apple splatters too,
Hmm.
which I don't have that, so that's what I call it, green apple splatters.
So you take some shots of fire cider for that?
On my stomach, I
Not
don't
right
think
now.
I want to do that on my
Not
stomach
when
right
you're
now.
puking.
Okay.
Yeah, that would not be good coming back up.
Okay, I posted the link to the news story about what came around New York, and now I'm seeing it in other states. So maybe it's the same thing. I'm not sure, but dang is all I can say.
That's what I get for going out of the house when not wearing a mask.
No, this one comes from Meat and Produce that's not been washed thoroughly.
I doubt that's what I have.
No, if you had it, we'd have it too. So
Yeah.
Well, I hope
we'll eat the
nobody
same
gets
thing.
it. It was the fatigue was the worst part of it all. It's just like, I called myself a Weekend at Bernie's. I don't know if you all saw that movie.
Actually,
That
no,
was
I never have seen it.
No, I've never watched it all the way through, but because it was too kind of ridiculous, but I know the gist of it, and that was me.
I don't know. Some of the best movies are the ones that have no plot.
In your opinion, I can't stand those movies.
Yeah, like a show about nothing. Yeah. That's what we
Oh,
need.
Frasier, not Frasier.
Seinfeld.
Seinfeld.
It went pretty
But
big.
but Seinfeld is a show about something. It's a show about his life, which is full of drama.
Yeah.
So I mean, there was a plot to that, sort of.
If it wasn't for Kramer, that wouldn't have been a good show. Kramer's the one that made it. But it was a show about nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
literally.
I would disagree with that.
And it's funny how movies like that can be like a cult kind of thing. It's like one movie I thought was pretty good. She watched some of it with me. She's like, "This is stupid," but it was Dazed and Confused. See, she just rolled her eyes. But it was just, I just thought it was a funny movie. It was a good movie
Little
because it was
Red
just
Riding.
last day of school in
What?
1976, and I don't know if it's just the cars or what it is, but or the music.
Todd, you need to go get her own copy of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
I've never heard of that.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
you haven't seen Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, you uncultured person.
I'm so sheltered.
It's that mask. That's what it is.
Is that a real movie? I mean, you pulling
I've
our
heard
Yeah.
of it.
Attack
Yeah,
of the Killer Tomatoes. Come on now. Look
it
it
is.
up. Y'all got internet.
I gotta look it up.
I do
That's
too.
a good movie.
I have not seen that one either, but is it really worth the time?
You are totally uncultured if you have not got your own personal copy of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
No, I have not seen that. Sorry.
Well, you poor New York raised person. I'm so sorry for you.
Well, my better half says he saw it.
Well, it's real. It's real. See, now Dave's a cultured person.
And Patty's from Chicago, so
Oh, that's the problem. Okay, all right.
Is it a comedy?
Yeah, it's a comedy.
It has a 27% on the Rotten Tomatoes score.
well, you got to watch it in the right mindset.
Yeah.
In other words,
Preferably high.
I was gonna say, in other words, high.
Fat blunts. Fat blunts.
Smoke them if you got them.
I remember when scary movies, because we didn't see them before. I remember I was young when it came out, but The Thing, we were watching it, and I wanted to just leave and go to bed. It was so scary, and then you watch it today, and it's like no big deal. But
I have never been a horror film person.
neither have I.
That's just not my cup of tea.
All my cousins were watching.
I watched all the Jason movies
Oh
when I
yeah,
was younger in one day, and that night I beat my husband into sleep.
Oops.
It was my first husband. That's not why we split up, but
But the only
it gave me nightmares. To
About
say
the only
least.
thing horror that I've ever seen was it was a series of movies that made spoofs of the horror movies. Was it Scary Movie, like Scary Movie 1, Scary Movie 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I didn't understand what was going on because I never saw any of the movies.
Right.
But I thought it was funny. I mean, but I had no clue what they were making fun of because I'd never seen any of them.
So the Google AI has an overview of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. It says it is worth watching only if you are a die-hard fan of intentionally bad, so bad it's good, B movie spoofs.
Like I said, culture.
Well,
that's
if you want to talk culture in movies, have you ever seen Strange Brew?
Oh, that one was kind of funny.
No, I guess not.
That was the Great White North. It was their movie, the McKenzie brothers.
oh yeah,
Hey, take off, eh?
yeah,
I mean, that is B movie central
yeah,
right there.
yeah.
Yeah, we found this mouse in our beer, eh? And it says you can get like a free case. Those guys were hilarious, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they were awesome.
I don't know if this
Mildly
is
funny.
I don't know if this is true, but there was a Canadian reviewer. He's famous. He's from a Greek background, but he does all these talks, and he interviewed Getty Lee, separately. This is after Neil had died, and he said, "What do you think that the biggest selling album you were ever on was?" Or song was The Great White North. And he just said he wasn't even supposed to do it. They just called him down and said, say something. And Getty came up with that, take off, eh? And he's barely in it, but that's his number one selling song of all time, according to this guy. And I think he's probably a very serious, interviewer. and they were laughing about it, that it was just one of those things that you just, who knew at the last minute, you know. I was I've seen a few of those where the people you know, at the last minute decided to do something, and it became the biggest thing of their life, whether it was in business or, music or movies. They decided to do it the last minute, and, they're like, I don't think it's good. And then it becomes this huge thing, and you got to deal with that, and it's kind of funny. That's all.
I
I
figured
ended up.
they're. I would have guessed that their number one thing that came out was their 12 Days of Christmas rendition.
Oh, you mean the McKenzie brothers? Yeah.
Yeah, the McKenzie brothers.
Yeah, he was just talking about Geddy Lee,
Oh,
on a record that you were on. What's the biggest thing? It was that whole thing with Takeoff, because that was played ad infinitum. But Geddy said it got people listening to Rush. So in other words, it unintentionally made things better, and that was good. And so it's a bizarre thing. Um, but I didn't get on right in the beginning. How's Asher doing?
He's doing much better today. He was awake in the cage this morning when I got up. I got up at 12 this morning and fed him, and then when I got up this morning, he um, greeted me with a little weak meow, and then he like followed me across the cage and was climbing the cage, and he actually is not fighting as hard when I go to feed him, which you guys will see me feed him in a little bit. But
he still hasn't quite got his balance.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
still really wobbly. And he actually did purr for about a minute when Todd was back there puking.
Wow.
But I mean, that's a good sign.
Todd, don't you know you're not supposed to worship the
I
ceramic pot?
I tell you, man. It was,
Yeah.
We
and
we we.
I had Jono there with me too. He's like, "What are you doing, man?" What
That's
was it?
not a god. It's a toilet.
What was it? The praising the porcelain god. What was
Yeah.
it? What was it? The old Bill Cosby deal where he says, so now you're going to put your face in a place
Yeah.
that was not meant for your face.
Amen.
Thank goodness ours are clean.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
But gosh, that's the first time I've done that in a long time.
Mm.
I
You
don't
must
mess.
must say, is it viral? You think, or don't you know?
Is it what?
Viral?
Is it
A
viral?
virus?
I don't know. It was just. I
It was
mean,
just out of the
I
blue.
don't feel
He's
sick.
not running a
Yeah, I
temperature.
don't feel. I don't feel sick,
Uh
and I just don't feel like eating.
yeah.
Usually, but I'm
Yeah.
just drinking water. But yeah, that was weird this morning. I was just sitting there and I dozed off for a second. I mean, it is Shabbat. And I dozed off for a second. When I woke up, I felt my jaw starting to chatter. I was like, "Is that what I think is gonna happen?" And so I walked back to the bathroom real quick. Sure enough, there it was. I was like, "Wow, I hadn't felt that in years. I mean, years."
My jaw doesn't chatter when I'm about to puke. My mouth waters.
I'll never forget. Uh, you talk about the porcelain god. Uh, this is long, long time ago. We were at a friend's house partying, and a buddy of mine had come by. He bought pretty sure it was vodka he bought, and he brought like a fifth of vodka or something. And he says, he came by. He says, "I figured I'd party with you guys tonight. I've never actually partied before." Like, all right, cool. And
Hey, little
some
guy.
time went by, and I mean, he was feeling pretty good. He was at least he's a happy guy when he's drinking, and he was making us laugh and everything. This and the other. Well, some time we were watching Headbangers Ball. Some time goes by, and I'm sitting going, "Has anybody seen Brad?" And they're like, "No."
Was it Brad?
And yeah, it was Brad. And so I go to the I'm walking down the hallway. It was a trailer, and I was walking down the hallway, and I caught Brad by the toilet on the floor, and there was like
Buddy.
spaghetti noodles everywhere. And I said, "Brad, are you okay?" And he's got his head against the side of the toilet. He goes, "I always heard how good this feels. Until now, I found out it feels amazing." I said, "Is it nice and cool?" He goes, this is my new friend. He goes, this is so. He had his head like going. He was rubbing his head against it. He said, "This is just so cool and soothing." I said,
That would be blackmail right
I
there.
said, "Did you eat pasta before you came over here?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Oh no, don't do that if you plan on doing this. You're gonna throw it right back up, as you can see." Oh man, but yeah, who just this is my new friend. It's so cool and soothing. I'm like, huh.
That's funny.
It was fine. It's just that it just eating that spaghetti right before he came over is like, oh, dude, no, no, no.
At least it
Oh,
comes up smoothly.
true. Yeah, true. But yeah, he kept apologizing to Mike. He was like, I'll clean it up. I promise. As soon as I get up, I'll clean it up.
That's funny.
Bless his heart.
He bless his little heart.
Bless his little heart.
We had a friend who was part of a Bible study group in the 70s, and she was very Christian, a wonderful lady. And because you said what you just said made me think of her, and Patty knows this. So she moved to somewhere around Phoenix, Arizona, and she her car was stolen, and they found it in, like, I don't know, the canal or whatever, or the water runoff, and it had bullet holes in it, and it was destroyed. And she
Wow.
said, "Those boys took it, and what'd she say, Patty? Bless their little hearts. They put bullet holes in it." And I'm like,
Oh, she said, those cute little rascals, but look
"Yeah,
what they did. It was
bless
so
their heart." Yeah. Oh, I'm like, "Oh, really? Okay. Good thing you weren't in the car when they took it."
No kidding. Bless him. I guess saying bless your little heart is just a nicer way of saying something else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's kind of like
It's all
how,
in how you say it, though.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because bless your heart or bless their heart, it can go, and it can cover a multitude of sins. You can go sit down.
Or you disagree with somebody, and you can say, "Oh, well, bless your heart," and meaning
Uh
I'm not going to argue. Well, bless your heart, you idiot. You know.
you idiot.
Well, I mean, sometimes the context is everything. And of course, we've spoken a lot of that on the Bible. Is what was the context that these things were being said and done? It has a lot to do with the interpretation. And especially with something like biblical Hebrew, which is a small language, and relatively speaking, like to the languages today. And one word can have a lot of different meanings, as Patty shows every week. It depends on how it's said. And also, we you see all the ecclesiastical language that these interpreters use, right? They wanted to say something that means something that'll support their religion,
Right.
like fear of God instead of reverent awe for God and stuff like that.
We talk about using phrases though. It's like uh, got into it with one of the guys at work a while back, and they were just acting stupid, and I just looked at him kind of funny. I said, "You're a real aloof if you believe something like that." He goes, "A what?" I said, "Aloof." He
Oof.
goes, "What's aloof?" I said, "It's full backwards. I ain't supposed to call you that." And he was floored. He didn't know what to say. I said, "It says in the Bible you're not supposed to call somebody a fool." I said, "So you're acting like aloof."
That's good.
Right over his head. I mean, he just,
Yeah.
I don't know, bless him.
Well, or like you can use the word assume to be, something different.
It makes something out of you and me.
Yeah.
That's what you get for assuming.
Yeah. Assumptions are really tough.
And
And
he was saying something about somebody didn't know how to do something in the field, and he says, "Well, I'll send somebody who can do it if you can't do it." I just looked at him and said, "Who? We don't have anybody who knows how to do stuff like that. I
oof,
do, but you don't."
right. Wow.
It's what you call Latino ideology or whatever. And, oh
Yeah.
man, we can do it, man. I've seen how y'all do stuff. And you wonder why you're stereotyped.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's more about getting the job done and moving on, and than the quality of it.
Yeah. Well, that's just like my Oriental buddy that works there, Mao. He called me up the other morning. He says, "Are you busy?" I said, "Not really. Why?" He says, "Can you come out here and cut this thing for me?" And I mean, it was a pretty messed up cuts we had to put in a downspout. It was going through a stairwell
Oh.
and then back down to the wall, and the hole cut for the downspout was only about a quarter inch bigger than the spout itself.
Hmm.
And I was like, so I came over there and I saw it and I told him, I says, well, let me explain to you what I'm doing here, so you can learn a little bit. It kind of went over his head, but he did understand some things. But I was like, you have to measure this, you have to come out to this, and you got to use your square because you got to draw an individual line. Let me show you do an individual line so you can make sure this thing's going to square up. And I was like showing him different things, and I was trying my best to explain to him. And he was, after everything was said and done, I said, "Now you're going to be able to install it then?" He goes, "Yeah, I got it from here." I said, "Okay, just remember to do this, 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 and this." And I told him, I said, "Go ahead and just put down 2 hours for my time on that thing. I'll put it on my sheet at the shop." And he goes, "Okay." He goes, "Well, what if anybody asks you where he was?" I said, "I'll tell them." I said, "I don't care if somebody knows I had to come over here and help you. It don't bother me, dude."
Till they try to put you back in the field.
You know, but but the guy that is the superintendent, he's got nobody who knows how to do stuff like that. He doesn't even know how to do stuff like that, but yet he claims he does. One of those.
Yeah.
All you can do is just shake your head. He was trying to make something work the other day. This is for Virginia Tech. Now,
Wow.
Virginia Tech has got their own architects that watch everything you do.
Of course.
And they pass or don't pass whatever work you do. Well, they sent Mal down there to do something, and they got the wrong fitting to go in the ground. It didn't fit that spout. Well, Walter got mad at Mal because he couldn't get it to fit in there. And I looked at him and said, "You're not going to get it to fit in there. That's the wrong size. You need a bigger fitting, and it'll slide right in there." And I said, either that or I can make you one of the two. I said, but it'd be easier just to go get a PVC fitting for it and call it a day. You're done. Well, he was in there he was like cutting the corners of the downspout and turning them in and this, that, and the other. And all I could think of was, oh, good grief, Beaner ingenuity. And slang term. But,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, it looked awful. And the guy that, he's only been there, I don't know, not quite a year, but he's like one of the office guys, but he also goes out in the field and gets guys materials and stuff like that. And he got a bigger fitting. Well, the next day when I saw him, I said, "Hey man, I appreciate you getting a bigger fitting for him because it looks better." Because he showed me a picture of it. I said, "That looks so much better than what that Guatemalan redneck up there was going to try to pull off, because it would not have gone. Architects would have turned it down in a heartbeat." He goes, "Yeah, I didn't think it looked good either what he was doing." I said, "Well, did you learn anything?" He goes, "Oh yeah." I said, "But again, though, I appreciate you doing that because it shows you care and you want the stuff to look good out there in the field and everything." I said, and I told him, I admire that. I appreciate you doing that." He goes, "Well, okay." I said, "It's rare around here, dude. Very rare. Usually the term you hear around here is make it work."
Yeah, and get it done, and we'll get on to the next job.
Yeah. So you can't do that.
How did you learn your craft?
Well, basically, I was a truck driver back in the '90s, and I'd gotten into it with them, and basically a black guy started to fight with me. I finished it, but they wrote me up for it.
Oh, I see.
And I was like, okay, I see where this is going. And anyway, I blew my knee out and going to a gig one night, and so I called in, and but I was fed up when that happened, and so my roommate, he worked at B&M Sheet Metal, and I had already met some of the guys and this, that, and the other. So I just went there one day, just told Lee, I said, "Hey, man, this is what happened at my other job, and would you be willing to give me a shot here?" I told him, I said, "I'll be honest with you, I've never seen a sheet of metal." I said, "But
Wow.
I'll be here every day if you give me a chance." He says, "You know what? I'll give you a chance." I said, "Okay." And within 2 months, he was like, "You want to go to school, learn this stuff? I'll pay for it."
Wow.
I'm like, "Sure." He goes, "I'll warn you, once you get this stuff in your blood, it never leaves." And he's right, because next year will be 30 years
Wow.
doing sheet metal. But I guess it was I mean, we're all wired a little bit different, but I guess because of my autism, I caught on to it very, very quickly. It's like it just made sense to me,
Yeah.
and I was able to lay stuff out alongside with guys been doing it for 30, 40, 50 years, and was hanging right with them. And that's when Lee was like, you've only been here a couple of months, and you're doing stuff here that people take 2, 3 years to learn. I said, well, it makes sense. It just, I see it, and then what I do, I see the finished product. And this is why it's hard for me to teach people, because I see the finished product and then I blow it apart,
I see.
and that's how I lay it out. I don't look at something and go, okay, I'm going to have to do this, I'm going to have to do that. Nope, I see the finished product and then I blow it up in my head and go, okay, that's how I make that thing. Okay, cool.
I picture it like how
So
you when you're if you I don't know if you ever took drafting class, but I took drafting class in high school, and um, you took there was a component that you had to pull apart all of the pieces and draw them, and that's kind of how I picture how he comes up with how he does things.
yeah, because I never, in school they teach you how to lay it out, do the math, which I don't like math, and use compasses and all this other kind of stuff to lay something out. And I'm watching all this, and I'm completely lost. And I'm like, why can't you just blow it up in your head and lay it out? And of course, the guy that was teaching me, he'd been doing sheet metal for a long time too, and he was kind of like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Is there a shortcut to do this?" And he goes, "Actually, yeah, there is." I said, "Can you show me how to do shortcuts?" Because I tell you, dude, I don't do stuff like this. I basically failed algebra in school, so I can't do stuff like this. I said, it's confusing. Can I just blow it up in my head and lay it out? Because it
Yeah.
makes more sense that way. He goes, "Well, show me what you're talking about." So he gave me like a certain fitting, and I was like, "Okay." And then within like 10 or 15 minutes, I was already putting it together. And he just kind of come over. He goes, "I don't know how you did that, but it worked." I said, "I ain't sure how I did it either." I said, "But I visually see it, and then I just build it."
You don't want to know how he does math.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, you hear me talk math out loud, I'll lose you. But that's just like the up until recently, I was feeding all the cats on this aluminum table that I made,
Yeah.
and it has all the bowls and everything on. Well, I got tired of filling all the bowls up and doing all the washing and everything. I was like, I'm just gonna make a tray that fits right inside this thing. And I made the tray out of one whole piece of aluminum. And
Wow.
I told her the other day, I said, "See all these bins? If I tell you how I did this, I have to kill you." I said,
Yeah.
"This is all out of one piece of metal. All these different bins and everything I did."
Wow.
I don't know. It's just something I do. I look at it as a challenge. Like, challenge accepted. I'm gonna make
Yeah.
this one piece.
It's kind of like if you see Michelangelo's uh, sculptures in person. They start out as one block, and he just said, "I remove what doesn't need to be there."
Pretty much.
What the heck does that mean? I mean, and you see it and you go, "This was made back when they didn't have all these tools, and they had the basics, and it's polished and it's absolutely gorgeous." And you're like, that's another level. So let me ask you a question, because this happens in our world in a different way. What happens if you get a design that the designer made, tells you what to do, and it's bad? Can you go back and say there's a better way to do this, or is that trouble?
I do it every time.
Oh,
Every time. It's just like there was there was a guy that oh at the lake.
Especially
He's
architects. Architects don't know
I don't get along with architects.
how to do things in real life.
Yeah, I don't get along with. I'll have to tell you a story about that here in a few minutes. It'll blow your mind when you hear this one. But the guy at the lake, there's a house he's building. He's wanting his chimney cap, and uh, the way he had it drawn up, I have to make it out of two sheets, out of two pieces, to get it to work. Well, Tony, the other, one of the others of the company, he's kind of like, well, how come you got me to do it in two pieces? I said, because I said it has to be done in two pieces. I don't have to explain it to you. I said, you come to me, you brought the drawing, and this is what it's going to take to make it. Get over it. He goes, well, he wants out of one piece. I said, well, good luck. This ain't going to happen. So he gets him on the phone, and I can't remember the guy's name. Dennis, I think is what his name was. But anyway, so Tony's on the phone with him on speakerphone. And he said, is there any way you can get that out of one piece? And I told him, no, there's no way you can get out of one piece. He said, well, how come? And I said it kind of loud. I said, because I said so.
oof, ah.
And he's just kind of like, okay, well, can you just shorten this one thing here? I said, if I do that, I can make it out of one piece. He goes, well, he says, okay, I'll just put an apron around it and make the size longer. I said, that works. I'll go ahead and make it. Well, when he got off the phone, Tony looked at me. He goes, why did you say that? I said, say what? He goes, you yelled at the customer and said, because I said so. I said, because you didn't back me up.
Oof.
That's why. Well, a couple of weeks later, I took some material down to that job, some stuff I had made for it, and the guy was there. And so we got talking a little bit. He goes, wait a minute, were you the guy that made the cap? I said, yeah. He goes, you know what? I admire the fact that you were just blunt to me and said, I can't do it like that. Get over it. He goes, I admire that.
Wow.
He goes, because the guy that I was talking to, I said, you mean Tony? He goes, yeah, he was trying to get wishy-washy and say, oh, yeah, we can do whatever you want. We can do this, that, and the other. I looked at him and said, well, things don't always happen in Candyland like that.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, no, I did. He said, I admired that.
That's great.
He said, that sucker fit perfectly.
Yeah.
I said, well, you're the one that measured it. All I can do is go by the measurements. But, yeah, there was one that I made that had bird screen in it and like triple layered and it was all fancy, and I was kind of going by a drawing and a picture.
Yeah.
And they were just like, can you make something like this? And like, yeah, I can make anything like that. That's no big deal. I said, just give me a couple of days, but I can make that.
Yeah.
Challenge accepted, dude.
Yeah.
And turned out the guy was some kind of a building designer or something that was building his house, and I don't know what issue it was, but supposedly that chimney cap made the front page of some magazine.
Wow.
But I don't know what I was just told about it. I don't know what magazine it was. I mean, it's been several years ago, but all I could say was it was the chimney was made of split face rock, and when they were lifting it up with the crane, all I could think of to myself was, please fit. Oh, please fit. I mean, 'cause that's just a helpless feeling, just like, oh, please fit. And it fit perfectly. I was like, oh, thank goodness, thank you, Lord.
See, I would have never had any doubt because you are like a measuring genius.
I don't know about that, but not talking about architects.
Yeah.
You're gonna love this one. Virginia Western College, which we call Harvard on the Hill. They had this big building that they were doing. Well, it had, I was doing all the stuff on the roof, and we did all the coping and this, that, and the other and everything on top of it, whatever. Well, I was gone for about 2 months.
Uh-huh.
We were in in a spot where I could stop, leave the job, go do some other stuff before they were ready for me to come back.
Yeah.
And so I go up there to get some measurements. And I seen one of the superintendents there, Stan, and he said he was coming down the steps as I was going up and get to the roof. He stopped and looked at me. He goes, "Have you been up here recently?" I said, no. He just kind of smiled. He goes, wait till you see what's up here.
Uh-oh.
So I walked up there with him, and I was like, where did all this ductwork come from? He goes, wait till you get this. Because this architect was nitpicking everybody on the job site. And you can't get mad at him because he
Fire
won't
you.
pass stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So you have to, like, I wouldn't say kiss his butt, but I just never really spoke to him myself. But I was like, it's all this stainless steel ductwork, and I'm sort of going, why is there ductwork up here? He goes, well, Mr. Einstein forgot to add the mechanical floor.
Oh.
I said, do what? He goes, he revised the plans and didn't tell anybody.
Oh, there you go.
He goes, so when we built the third floor, we started running duct work, and he said the duct guys came to me and said, you do realize your hallway is going to be about 4 feet up, right? He goes, what are you talking about? He goes, he says, it's only 10-foot ceilings in here. We have duct work to hang. And he's like, it's supposed to be on the mechanical floor. And he's like, what mechanical floor?
Uh-oh.
So all the ductwork had to go on top.
Oh.
Then they had to put steel posts all the way around it because we had to put mechanical screen all around it, which was not in the original bid. But now here's the messed up part. All the mechanical screen was aluminum. I'm hanging this stuff. It's just like vinyl siding. You know, you fasten it one way and you lock it at the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. He comes over to me and says, you're putting that on upside down.
Was that
No.
no.
I looked at him, I said, if this is on upside down, then every house in the world with vinyl siding has it on upside down. He goes, well, that's going to collect water and rust. I said, you are aware it's aluminum panels. And he goes, well, I'll let it go this time.
Oh.
I was like, you know, well, the owner of the company at the time was just, you know, when he found out about this, because he called him. And
Wow.
he goes, how is he putting it on upside down? There's only one way to do it. And he goes, well, it better not collect water and rust. And of course, John was just like, whatever, dude. So then he comes up to me the next day, and I had a ledge that I made to sit the panels on. Well, the ledge has got a slight little shelf on it. It's also aluminum, so it'll drain the water out, and it's only like 1.5 inches. You know. He comes over to me. He goes, I want a 3/8 hole drilled every 12 inches on every one of these ledges. I was like, why? He says, because it won't collect water. I said, dude, it's only 1.5 inches long and it's pitched downhill. Where's it going to hold water? But I did it anyway. John said, just do it. He says, I'm charging him for it. Just do it. I said, okay. Well, then we go to the penthouse. The penthouse is one of the mechanical rooms up there. And I got 3/4 of the building done. And he comes over and he says, I'm not passing this. I said, why? He says, because you're putting it on upside down. I said, dude, there's only one way to put on siding panels. Don't you understand that? And he said, I want it taken off and done the other way. Wow. I called John up. John says, do it. He said, just flip everything upside down. I said, there's only one problem, John. Half of the panels have got holes in them because there's wiring coming out for different stuff. I can't just flip that upside down, make it fit back this other way. He goes, oh, well, I guess we'll just have to order some more panels. I said, you're going to have to, because all the rest of these are junk. Well, I started from the top, worked my way down like the moron wanted, and I had to go out there for a punch list. You know, a punch list is where you're finishing things up on a job that they want done. And I was told by my superintendent at the time, he said, by the way, we have signed off on the job. I was like, meaning, he says, meaning if you run across that architect, you can let him have it.
Oh.
I said, okay, I hope I do. Sure enough, I did. He come out there, I had to put some rivets around the top of some of the trim because he said he didn't think it was going to stay. I said, okay. And so I'm up on a ladder doing pop riveting here and there. He goes, this penthouse looks awful. I looked at him, I said, I wonder why.
Wow.
He goes, why? He says, well, I don't understand why you did it like that and everything. I says, because you, Mr. Einstein, told me to build it from the top to the ground instead of from the ground to the top. I said, so if it looks like crap, that's on you. I can't help that. He says, I might want to have that done again. I looked at him, I said, you can kiss my I was cussing back then. I told him what I thought about that. I told him, I said, you can find somebody else to do it. I said, because I'm not doing this anymore. I said, because if I touch this building one more time, I'm slapping the taste out of your mouth.
Ooh.
He was just kind of like, well, I'm going to call your shop. I said, go ahead. And so he did. John met me when I came in the shop. He says, did you have it out with the architect? I was like, yeah. He goes, you know how mad that makes me? I said, why? Because I told him what I thought about it. He says, no, because you got to do it instead of me. I said, well, I'm sorry. And he wasn't mad at me at all. He says, you just did on the job with what every single person that job is wanting to do.
Wow.
I told him, that's architects, man. I think what they need to do is make the architect go in the field for the first year.
Yeah.
With all these different, from plumbers to electricians and everything else. The only problem with that is once they're done with it, they're not going to care about it anymore. But it'd be nice if they did it so they can see how it actually goes instead of just going, well, it works on paper.
Yeah.
Sorry, it don't work in real life.
Yeah, we what we do is we take people that are still in school to want to be an engineer, and they have to go work for a semester in the field to see how things really work.
Yeah.
And
that's what Tony did with Elvin when he was very green.
Yeah.
Coming into this company, and he was supposed to be an estimator. And Tony had sent, John was still there, but Tony sent him out in the field for like 3 weeks to, get a feel of how to do everything. The problem is he sent him in the field with the person we call the golden child.
Uh-oh.
And he's very spoiled. Superintendent spoils him. That's one of his buddies, one of his Guatemalan buddies. And he gets to do whatever he wants to do.
Huh.
So that's what Elvin had to go out in the field and work with. I'm sort of thinking, wow. You want to send him in the field and learn something, you say you should have sent him with me when I was in the field. He's been chucking metal in a heartbeat. But that's, I don't know. There's some jobs that they do there that, I kind of watch, and I'm sort of going, why has he been there a week? I could have had that job knocked out in 2 days.
Yeah.
With just 2 other guys with me.
Yeah.
But that's just the way I was. I sent there to work. That's what I did, and I left.
Yeah.
I didn't pussyfoot around, as they call it, or anything like that. I went, knocked it out, went home. But it takes its toll on you after a while, though. Or you can ask her. The last couple of years I was in the field, I was coming home in tears. I was hurting so bad because my body was just getting wore out.
Yeah. Especially
my knees and my hip was starting to go bad because going up and down ladders all the time and everything else. And thank goodness that John took me out of the field just in time because it gave my hip time to heal. But man, it takes it out of you.
Yeah.
It does. Especially sheet metal. I mean,
especially falling down a ladder.
Yeah. I got to ride a ladder to the ground one time.
Oh man.
The guy didn't tie it off, and it was going from one roof to another, and the bottom slid out on me.
Wow.
And because the guy that was supposed to hold the ladder for me, he got sidetracked on something else. It was 2 different crews where they were working, and somebody had hollered him to help them with something real quick, and he didn't realize I had already started going up the ladder.
Oh.
And it wasn't tied off, and it just went out from underneath me, and 12 feet down I went on the lower roof, and jammed my shoulder, and it didn't catch up to me till several years later.
Wow.
To where the rotator cuff was gone, and this took over to do what this one couldn't do. Now this rotator cuff is gone.
Ah.
But I just deal with it,
Yeah.
But it's just not as painful as it used to be. But I am smart enough to keep a TENS unit by the chair. which I use on from time to time. Which is kind of funny because if I crank it up high, that my arm does whatever it wants to do. I can be sitting here like this and it just goes doing when it goes off and doing. But
Do you
man, it makes
think
my
you have to
man,
get any replacements? Do you think eventually?
I'm not going to do that.
No.
I know, I know of one person that's had a successful shoulder replacement.
Mm. Shoulder
Everybody,
is the bad one.
everybody else tells me don't do it. Because my buddy Daryl, he's the last guy I know that had rotator cuff surgery. It was less than a year ago,
Hmm.
but he was out for about 4 months.
Wow.
And he eventually ended up not coming back. He took a job somewhere else, but he told me, he says, dude, he says, I'm still having a hard time playing frisbee golf. Because it's just, he said he still can't raise his arm but so high.
Hmm.
And I told him, I said, is it one of those deals where you can raise it up, but if you try to hold a pencil in your hand, it'll drop? He goes, yep. I said, that's where mine is. I said, I can't, I can, especially my left arm, I can raise it up to put something on the shelf in the kitchen, but then I had to put this hand underneath my elbow and lower my arm down
Wow.
because I could actually hear it locking.
Wow.
It was kind of like, don't do that. but she laughs at me sometimes because she says I look like a Tyrannosaurus Rex a lot of times when I do stuff because I have my arms tucked in to lift stuff and everything.
I don't say that. You say that.
Well, you laugh at it though. So
I laugh at you.
I look
when
like a
you say
T-Rex.
that.
I'm sitting there going,
I laugh at you when you say that. I don't laugh at you because you're in pain.
But at least I can still, handle sheet metal and everything. I just can't handle it like I used to.
Yeah.
Still though, I can still do what I got to do. I just learned to work with it. That's about all you can do.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I'm not in the field because there'd be no way I could do field work like that. I mean, I've had to do stuff like standing on my head on top of a ladder and holding a drill upside down and trying to drill a hole. Where you have no leverage at all. And it's like, oh my gosh, just eventually that just takes its toll on you. My buddy Tommy, every time he called me if I was in the field, he says, I bet you're standing 40 foot up high on a ladder standing on your head, ain't you? I said, pretty close to it. I did some stupid stuff back then.
Yeah.
But, oh well, it is what it is. I never forget the time we had to.
And you better not do that stupid stuff again.
No, I'm too smart for that. I wasn't back in, but we were at, several years back. We were putting some ice and water shield on a college library, and it was like close to 105 degrees that day.
Oof.
And Ralph even told us, our superintendent at the time, he's like, guys, he said, don't go up there more than a half hour at a time. Come back down, get in the shade, because power was out like citywide from a major storm. And so we didn't have electricity, so nobody had cold drinks at stores. Nobody had ice. It's a pretty miserable week. But I was standing there talking to one of the guys after we just got that done, and I was sliding down the roof sideways as I was talking to him. He was looking at me kind of funny, and I was looking at him kind of funny. I'm like, why are you moving? He goes, why are you moving? And what happened was it was so hot on that roof because it was black ice and water shield. It was so hot it had melted the glue on the soles of my boots, and my boots were sliding off of my soles.
Wow.
And the soles were on the roof. I was sliding off of them. So
Wow.
I had one of the guys throw me a roll of duct tape, and I sat down on the roof, quickly because it was burning up there. But I threw duct tape around my boots and came back down the ladder. And the superintendent showed up. He says, "Why is there duct tape on your boots?" I said, "Because my soles melted. The glue melted on my soles." And he goes, "Don't get back up here. What's wrong with you?" And Thomas said, I can't go back up there, dude, until the glue sets. In my boots, he says, "Y'all ain't going back up there." He says, "It's too hot for this crap. Call it a day." Like, all right. But that's the way we did it back then. When it gets like this time of year, we used to come in at 5:30 and work straight through to 1 o'clock, 1:30, and go home.
Yeah.
And John knew that at the time. He didn't care. He says, as long as the work got done, he didn't care what time we came in. And he says, not only that, guys, but by 11 o'clock, I want the job site shut. He goes, I don't want anything getting opened or anything like that. He says, y'all just go ahead and make sure everything's tied down. Because he knew by 1 o'clock, thunderstorms were going to start rolling in.
Oh, yeah.
So it was probably like that church up where you're at, too. And so that's the way he did things. They don't do that now. They make the repair guys come in at 8 o'clock, and they work till 4:30. So it's like, y'all are stupid.
Hmm.
Why would y'all do that to your employees? I mean, granted, they're all.
Because he's never had to work out in it.
I mean, granted, they're all from Guatemala and Honduras and Mexico and stuff. They're used to the hot weather, but still, you don't make somebody work 4:30 in the afternoon. It's 105 degrees outside.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. And they also chose new company shirts too. The Latinos did, and they're blue. They're like a royal blue color. I'm like, what moron wears a color like that in the summertime?
They're
You're
also
supposed to wear.
polyester, which makes you sweat more.
You're supposed to wear white.
Yeah.
White's the best thing you can wear in the summertime. White or gray or some kind of a light gray color. But man, I know for a while there they were making us foremen wear the blaze orange safety vests instead of the bright yellow ones. And I wore that one day. And I came back in, I went to John's office, I threw that thing down on his desk, I told him, I said, you can wear that tomorrow. He goes, why? I said, because I'm not wearing that color in the summertime. I said, I burned up yesterday wearing that orange. I'll just go back to the yellow. He goes, is it that bad? I said, oh yeah. He goes, well then don't wear it. I said, that's why I gave it back to you. I mean, John was cool. He understood everything. You know, he'd been out in the field too, so he understood everything.
Mm.
He always had your back, no matter what, you know, whether it's cold or, I mean, it could be 15 degrees outside, and he goes, you guys just stay home. I'm not sending anybody out in that stuff. Especially if it's windy and things like that. They don't do that now. 15 degrees, go ahead and go out there and work. So, have you lost your mind? You know how hard it is to stay warm when it's like that? I don't miss it. I mean, I don't, as far as the weather part, I don't miss any of that. Having to deal with that crap. Or being in summertime and a rainstorm sneaks up on you and it's ice water when it hits.
Ooh.
Oh man, I'll never forget that feeling. Me and a buddy of mine we sent the guys down the ladder and we were throwing tools down in the bushes and because it was pouring down. It was me and a buddy of mine. He was in 82nd Airborne and kind of a big burly guy. And we're arguing over who's going to go down first. You go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. But the way we were talking, we couldn't catch our breaths.
Wow.
You know how when really, really cold water hits you and you can't, you know, and that's how we were talking to each other. You go first. No, you go first because that rain was ice cold. I was like, oh my gosh. And we got up underneath the porch. It was just big enough porch for four of us to stand underneath that thing.
Wow.
And my wallet was soaked all the way through.
Wow.
I was like, golly, man. And he had the nerve to call us up. Hey, is it raining your way? No, it ain't raining.
And do you guys get big hail down there at all?
No. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
But, yeah, because we don't have anything covering the vehicles. They're just parked out in the driveway. So
Yeah.
we did. Oh, I don't know. But good news is, I made my last payment on the house yesterday.
You said that last night.
Yeah. So, raise the roof.
It's an important milestone.
It is a poor milestone. I mean, considering, you know, how I used to live.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't actually even bought this house in 2004. Didn't even really move into it till with her in 2015.
Did you rent it out or something?
Mm-mm.
No, his ex-wife.
My ex-wife lived here.
Oh.
She'd have me come back, kick me out, have me come back, kick me out. Bipolar is a wonderful thing.
And so eventually she left.
She left. She moved to, supposedly went to, was it Alabama?
Supposedly.
Supposedly she moved to Alabama or something, and she was trying to get me to give her money to get out of the deed to the house. And I was like, I'm paying for the house. And why in the world would I give you money?
Ended up giving her like $250.
Something like that.
$250.
Just to shut her up. And her mom was her caretaker or whatever, so she collected the money and took her name off the deed and this, that, and the other. And I spent several.
She was her power attorney.
Yeah, power of attorney. And I spent several $1,000s to divorce her. And just to put it nicely, she had the nerve to overdose and die. I was like, well, if you're going to do that, I want to divorce you.
We died after we were married.
Yeah. But still, spent all that money, and then she croaks on me. Like, seriously?
Well, I don't care.
She gone. That's all I care about.
I mean, you already had a better wife. So.
That's right. That's right. I'm about to sweat my butt off.
Good.
I need to take his shirt off.
Take it off.
Take it off. Take it off.
Go ahead and give us a strip show, babe.
Y'all got a heat wave up there, don't you, Todd?
Yeah. Yeah, I got the windows slightly cracked in the truck, so won't get too overly hot in there. I got my trolling motor and my battery and everything in there right now, and it's don't want that battery getting too over hot. Those lithiums, you can't get them real hot. You're supposed to keep them indoors or whatever. I don't know if it's shirt making me sweat or if it's the cat's making me sweat.
Probably the cats, but either remove the cats or remove the jacket.
Yeah, I got two Sabbath buddies here.
Wow.
Kirby's on my side, and Jonah's always he's always my Sabbath buddy. It's funny, when I got up right before we started the Zoom call, and when I came back in the living room, Jonah was already laying in my seat. And I was going, you know it's time for the Zoom call, don't you, buddy? And he's over here curled up in a little ball, sound asleep. Looks just like him.
Only this guy's got a little diamond on his chest.
Yeah. Poor little feller. He still ain't got his balance yet. He still wobbles when he stands.
It's alright, he's stronger than...
Is that the one that's been sick?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one I almost stepped on Monday morning when I came off the porch. I mean, I came within less than an inch of stepping on his head when I came off the porch. And when I threw the trash away, I turned around and looked, and I was like, oh my gosh, I almost stepped on that kitten. And he was blind, he couldn't see. His eyes were just...
matted shut.
I mean, yeah, his eyes were matted shut, and they were just swollen.
Mm.
And I told her, I says, well, let me go in the kitchen real quick and get a warm wet paper towel, see if I can just wipe his eyes off a little bit. And I grabbed him by the back of the neck to pull his head back, and it was just like milk just running out of his eyes. I mean, pouring out for like about 2 minutes, wasn't it? Just constantly just pouring out. Then you see the swelling going down his eyes. And I went back inside to get some eye cream that we still have. And when I came out, he had his eyes just barely opened. I was like, well, at least you got your eyesight back, buddy. Good. And that's when she says, we're keeping him. I said, well, take him in and bathe him in case he's got fleas. And then call the vet, take him to the vet this morning, make sure everything's okay. And he's on dewormer and antibiotics right now. But
He finished the dewormer for this week, and then he takes it once every week.
Until he's 12 weeks.
16 weeks old.
Or 16 weeks old. So his brother had it bad. I mean, his tummy was swollen so bad, and it was hard as a rock.
Wow.
So he must have really been infested with worms. But I still think he had a seizure. I mean, why would he have a mouthful of litter?
Well, the toxins from the worms dying off can cause that.
Yeah. Poor fella. And he was wide open too. I mean, he sounded like a dog squeaky toy with the bladder busted. Not the bladder, but the diaphragm busted.
Yeah.
So it had kind of a lower key, It was hilarious sounding. He sounds like the first.
This one sounds like a crow.
Yeah, he hasn't meowed since the first day he was here, but.
No, he meowed this morning.
But yeah, he sounds like a crow. Caw, caw, caw. I was like, what is it with that family? He goes, because Jonah here sounds like an air horn when he meows. He's just ah. It's like, dude, don't you meow?
Very loud.
Oh gosh.
He has no volume control.
Yeah, I did an AI meme of him sitting on a can of air horn. Because that's exactly what he sounds like. I'm like, where did you get that? Ain't nobody else in your family does that. Well, now we got one that sounds like a crow. There's a guy running the family. Because I was trying to think of it yesterday. I said, I think he would be considered the third cousin to the younger ones we have. At least I'm thinking that's how it is.
Why do you keep wasting brain power trying to figure it out? I don't understand. Because the cat family outside is like West Virginia. I mean, come on.
No, we got West Virginia here. Because especially with Becca, since Shadow adopted her when Sally got rid of her, that would be her. She's her aunt Shadow, but she's also her
Mom, because
adopted mother. And Becca would be her adopted daughter, but yet it's her niece. I'm like, we're just one big West Virginia family here, ain't we? I'm the best kisser in my family. Just ask my mama.
Sounds like what we call down here Heinz 57.
Heinz 57.
Yeah.
I hear banjos paddle faster. Squeal. Oh, well. That's all right. They're all happy and healthy. That's all that matters.
How many of y'all cats do y'all have?
What's that?
This one
How many
makes
cats
14.
do y'all have?
He makes 14.
The one that passed away, he was 15, but
Yeah.
he didn't make it.
So I don't know if his quietness is just because he's still, trying to get better or whatever, or if he's mourning. Because the one thing I did do yesterday because he passed away in my hand, and as soon as he did, I let him see it, so that he knows, because they could smell it. And I went in the kitchen. I was showing everybody in the kitchen that he had passed away. And,
oh my gosh, the house was so quiet yesterday.
Man, all those cats were quiet. I mean, you could hear a pin drop in here. It's like they know, they're not stupid.
Yeah.
They know. They do feel. They do have emotions. They do feel.
Yeah. Bibbles, she had a sister. She's the Siamese that's usually in my arms. She had a sister, and my sister gave her sister to someone else. And she mourned her for months. And then when his cat passed away, Sheba, she mourned her. I mean, she was stressed so bad that she was pulling her hair out.
Mm-hmm. She had lost a lot of hair.
Yeah, her little butt was naked.
They know. I mean,
they grieve just like we do.
Yeah, and then we got Kirby to give her somebody to be with, and she didn't like him at first, but within just a few months, her coat started coming back. So.
And they love just like we do too. Cause this little guy right here,
Mm-hmm.
he'll like look up at me and he'll put his paws on my face and he'll like lick my chin.
No.
And they, as far as the whole entire family goes, see, we have 10 of them now, and they're all related, and they all have the biggest hearts. I mean, you never see them get mad. You never see, they're just lovey. All they like with Kirby, he's the bully of the house. He doesn't like any of them, but they all make up to him and go up and headbutt him and everything, because all they want him to do is like him. That's all they want. But he doesn't. He doesn't do that. And,
no, he's hateful.
Yeah, he is kind of hateful. Yeah, but blind and hateful.
Like grumpier.
Yeah, he's lost almost all his eyesight too. It's got to be a hereditary thing, because they eat a lot of carrots in the food and everything else. So there's no reason for him to lose eyesight except for maybe it's just in his genes. The way I think that's like Bevel. She's lost all her sight too. But now these are the two oldest ones though. She's 13. He's 10. The next closest is, I guess, be the boys. Yeah, they're 4.5 now. So, but I was thinking how fast cats reproduce and everything. When we brought him in the other day, Gideon was in the floor, and I looked at him and I said, "How does it feel to be a great uncle?" That's what you are, a great uncle. It's one thing to be an uncle. Would be a great uncle. Now you're great great uncle. You're not even 5 years old yet, boy.
Well, I got a text when my granddaughter just got married the other day. She said something about, I'm a great grandpa. I'm like, you just got married. They bought a puppy.
Oh,
No.
So
well,
I
I
said,
guess
when
that
I
would make
saw
it.
her, she didn't look pregnant, at all. It's, man, something must have happened there.
Say, man, y'all work fast.
Yeah, I hear you. But they got a new puppy, well, not a new one, but their first one. And so that's their child now until they have their own. So,
That's where these are to us. Are just like kids.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
Just like kids. Especially the. It just. I'm fascinated on all the different personalities. It's just that to me just fascinates me.
Yeah, we had
Especially,
four.
especially Rena, who is named in Hebrew to be joyful.
Jubilation.
She is. She walks around the house and just tells you all about her day and just.
And just the chip the happiest tone of voice too.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you can just tell she's just happy all the time, just happy.
she's a happy camper. But she walks around the house just talking and talking, and you call her name, and she comes flying over, jumps in your lap, and just continues to tell you about her day. And it's
Oh,
like, well, good. And she'll go back there on the bed. If I go in the bedroom for something, she'll roll around on the bed like a dog does, just constantly talking to me. I'm like, how was your day? Fine, yay! So happy. I was like, man, what a way to live.
we wish more people were like that, right?
Yeah, no
Yeah,
kidding.
that's true.
It's like
Mm-mm-mm.
my buddy at work used to say all the time. He goes, people suck, cats rule. And he used to hate cats, but now he's got like I think 8 of them at the house now. Once he got the first one, he's like, man, they're pretty cool.
Yeah, Kirby started a lot of people to have cats.
Mm-hmm. Because everybody was like, man, he's really cool, man. I wish I had a cat like that. I was like, yeah, you don't live with him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Kirby's are grumpy. He's our grumpy old man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you pet him when he doesn't want to be petted or whatever, he gets all hissy with you. So we created this game called Hissy Gets Kissy. Oh, you want to hiss at me, do you? Well, come here. You just start going, mwah, 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 just kiss him all over the place, and he starts showing his teeth. He don't like it, and especially if you do it in front of the other cats. That really makes him mad. Say, oh, see, you got some looking on you here. Hey, mwah, mwah, mwah,
Yeah.
mwah.
It's like I know you're talking about me.
Oh, yeah, it makes him so mad. Oh, you gonna slide, buddy? You gonna slide right off my lap? He don't care. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Try it again. Okay, as long as you don't blow snot on me, you're fine. That's kind of gross.
So, what kind of projects are you working on, Ronnie?
Hang on, just wait a minute. I
Thank you.
oh Lord, I mean, it's crazy because it's like I work on one, and then there's another one, and then there's another one. I really been into this Acts 15 thing lately, and the issue with Peter and Paul and all them guys are together, and they're in Jerusalem, and I think I sent you part of it, maybe. I haven't, but that's still being refined because I forgot. One of the rabbis has a deal that uh, he was trying to show that Paul was probably not a student of Gamaliel, and why he probably wasn't a Pharisee. I don't know if y'all ever got into that or not, but that kind of like, and he's got some valid points, but I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have enough knowledge to say yay or nay. But that's what I've been. That's my latest project, you know, because the Acts 15 thing is you never hear it taught. Now, in our circles, we talk about it, but a lot of churches. I mean, I went to church for years and years and years, like we all did, and never, never, ever was that talked about. You know,
Well, because to the Christian worldview, it's not abnormal but we see the Hebraic side of things, and what supposedly happened in Acts 15 doesn't mesh with what we understand from the Hebraic mindset.
Exactly, exactly. And the I listened to one rabbi and I put a note in that thing I sent you because they said, well, even those four laws they give refer back to Torah.
Hmm.
So it makes perfect sense. There's the man with the plan right there.
Hey, Valentine, Shabbat Shalom.
Much shalom, guys. Happy 4th of July also.
Thank you.
It's a fifth over there, right? Almost.
No, it's still the 4th right now. But
Oh,
that
that's right. That's
technically
right. Yeah, it's later today.
it'll end in about 3.5 hours, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Good
That's
to
right.
see all of you though. That's really nice.
You too.
Mm-mm. Look at all Miss Livy there, all dressed up.
Look, I
I
was
know, I
about to
love her
say what a
hat.
pretty hat.
Yeah, look at that hat and got
That
stars and red and white stars. Look at there.
pretty cool stuff.
She
Yeah.
she's styling and profiling today.
Hey, buddy.
There's Todd.
This is in honor of my daughter. This is in honor of my daughter. Our daughter loved the 4th of July, and she went all out with fireworks and the whole bit. So she's not with us. This is our first 4th of July without her, so
Oh,
I had to do something to honor.
Aw.
And these were her items. She had the hat, she had the blouse, the star necklace. So yeah, happy 4th of July, Diane.
I'm sure she would have loved seeing you in it.
Pardon?
I said I'm sure she would have loved seeing you in it.
She loves sharing. She would be happy that I'm wearing her things. Yes. Makes me feel close to her.
Yeah.
Our family is coming later to celebrate my grandson's birthday. He was 10 years old last Friday, but he wanted to make sure all the family could get together for the 4th of July, so he wanted to wait and celebrate his birthday today.
oh,
That's so sweet.
that's so sweet. Wow.
You know, Ronnie, y'all were talking about Acts 15. Valentine a couple of weeks ago helped me make sense out of that when he was talking about what was it? When you said somebody in every community there's like three rabbis.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That made more sense.
Well, it did. It did.
Yeah.
When he brought that up, I never looked at it like that.
I hadn't either.
I do have a question for you, Valentine, on that about
Yes,
the
sir.
three. Where does that come from?
Well,
Where
you have like a rabbi. Like in one community, you'd have
right?
you
Right.
could have 40 in a big community, but let's just say in a small in one teaching community, you would have the one main rabbi, and then you would have like three that were under him, and they would kind of work through the things that needed to happen. So let's say you didn't use all of the rabbi's time on it was kind of set up by Moses, actually. When Moses, Jethro came to see Moses, and he, I'll put this in a Texas way. Boy, you got the whole thing wrong. You need to appoint some lower judges. And
Well, I knew he did that, but I was wondering, is it scriptural or is it by
Tradition.
well,
tradition?
okay, that's a great question, and I'll tell you what's interesting here is we're talking about the first third of the first century, right? We're talking about the year, like, let's say 29 or 30, something in there, right?
Right,
So
right.
at that point, the term rabbi it's debatable whether that was even used. Even like Hillel and Shammai were called
Right.
masters. And you even see in the, I don't know why I just pointed that way. All that stuff happened like 20 miles from here, but you had like Jesus, and he is called master. and people, which, can be and is interpreted as Lord and things like this. Okay. But the idea there is that is the common term at the first part of the first century. The term rabbi, and then of course Rebbe and things like that. But rabbi specifically, meaning my teacher, did not come up for maybe 5-10 years or so, maybe time of like the year 40, 50, something like that of the first century. And now, when I first heard that, I literally debated a prominent rabbi in Houston over this, and I told him he was wrong. Things you do when you're younger, but anyway. And I was pretty sure of myself. And I told him I could show him in the Talmud. Now, we weren't alone. I challenged him while he was speaking in front of 40 or 50 people. So this wasn't a small deal. So I got up and I got a couple of books of the Talmud. We happened to be in the library, which is a big room full of all kinds of great books at that synagogue. And I showed him some things in there, and I won't even try to quote myself then. This was way before I fell and got concussions and stuff like that. But I could probably look it up. But anyway, and so I quoted it right there, because that's what you do. I mean, not that I was interrupting his speaking. He had already spoken. He was answering questions. And he said the same thing I told you a moment ago. And I challenged him, and he held his cool. He was quite a bit older than me. And I guess he'd been around the block a few times. And but I showed him, and he said, yeah, I see what you're saying. He said, and he rattled off a few things, which I notated. And we agreed to disagree. But he came back to me later and said, I got a lot of respect for that. That took some guts. I got stared down by these women who now were probably the age I am, but they were giving me the eye, like,
Giving you the stink eye.
Oh my goodness, boy! But you know what though? It was good because here that happens all the time. You'll have a rabbi saying something, and they're like, no. You have people just chime in with stuff, and and they're ready for it. Me, I was really the only kind of person that was doing stuff like that. And maybe it wasn't always in the best taste, although I thought I was correct and I thought I was proper doing it during his question answer part. But really looking back on it, I was probably a pain in the butt, and I probably should have just kept my mouth shut. It's
but
okay.
If you don't ever ask questions, you never learn.
Yeah, and I had read that they were called rabbis. I was sure. I knew exactly where to go at the time, and I laid it on him, and he was really good about it. And he said, "Well, yeah, it does say that there. You're right. And you're Rabbi who?" No, I'm just Valentin, the artist. Yeah, he did. He said that, and oh my goodness, his sister was the equivalent to the president of the congregation, and this was in Houston at Emmanuel, the congregation of Emmanuel, which is where I ended up going because the rabbi that I knew was the rabbi there, and it was fascinating. But then again, I was the guy who would be sitting in the library by myself studying. And really, it's inappropriate. You're supposed to have a study partner. And so, that because the idea is that two minds working on something would keep you from going down some other circle, or I'm sorry, some other way. And you could, you don't want to get caught up in your own ideas too long. But so anytime somebody would come by, there's this huge window. I'm probably way off now from my original story, but anyway, big window, and these rabbis would come by and they would look at me and come in. Oh, what are you studying today? Oh, okay. And they would sit with me, and that was very nice. So at least that made me halakhically okay for a few minutes. Anyway, but the rabbi thing, yeah, I am so sorry. I rambled on. I will try not to do that again today.
That's all right. We don't mind your ramblings.
Keep going.
But yeah, so you'd have one main rabbi, and you would have three under rabbis, and you still see that in most synagogues, even in America. Um, uh, and you know, it's interesting there in America. Here, you don't even have to have an invitation to argue with somebody in a synagogue. If they elaborate on anything, it's open, you know. And now personally, this is me personally, I am much better at arguing things in English than in Hebrew, but I could kind of hold my own to a point. And, you know, so, you know, a couple of times I've asked questions and again, got that same similar look. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, that structure would hold up all through Jewish society. And even when you had the Ashkenazi in the northeastern Europe, and you would have Sephardic in like Spain, Portugal, France, things like this, all the way. The Sephardic is kind of a funny thing because they're actually all the way through the Ottoman Empire into Israel. By the time the Sephardic get to Israel, I'm sorry, by the time the Ashkenazi get to Israel, the Sephardic have the whole thing worked out. And it, you know, of course, nowadays, the Ashkenazi kind of run the show. So you got to watch out who you let in. But it's an interesting structure. So, like, okay, back to Jesus for one moment. You've got Peter, James, and John, right? They're the head guys under Jesus as he's the rabbi. Okay.
Supposed pillars, as Paul calls them.
Yeah, well, but that's probably it. That's probably what they were. Now, Paul, when he said that little snippy thing, and I'm gonna call it snippy. That's not his term, but mine. You know,
I called it snarky.
Snarky. There you go. Same thing. Snark. Yeah. And so, you know, he was. They were very much responsible under the head rabbi. Now, the head rabbi, once Jesus died, probably. Dr. Tabor suggests that it was James. So does Paul, and there are a lot of people that would agree with that. And I would agree with that too. All the signs point to that. But so he would have been the head guy, and then Peter, John, and James, the other James, would have been under the brother James. Does that make sense? So he would take over in Jesus' place, and then later, is it Josie? Is it? Hold on, I'm sorry, because there are things like this. It's better to listen to somebody who actually knows this stuff. But I think it was Josie, the other brother of Jesus, that took over once James was. Don't take my word on that part, but anyway, it was right. One of the two brothers that did that, and even Josephus backs up a lot of this stuff, and it's, you know, that's fairly common knowledge, but it's very interesting, the structure of the rabbinic and heads of the congregation. And that's why you have three rabbinic judges for like the courts, like the every major city in Israel has a rabbinic court, and there are three judges, and then there's one person that's kind of under them, and they work out the thing between parties, like if there's a divorce or if there's some kind of a problem, they'll work it out. And I think I was telling Todd, like within the last 2 weeks or so, when I went by the rabbinic court in Tel Aviv, very different looking than anywhere else, because like Jerusalem, it's just solemn. There's nobody smiling, nobody's happy. People outside are just like, And then you pass by the one in Tel Aviv, and people are going to the beach because it's only like 12 blocks away. So you got girls in these little strappy things, and guys wearing T-shirts and flip-flops, and people are outside smoking and talking. it's an interesting thing. I don't know if it's worth seeing if you're in Tel Aviv, but I pass by there on the 25 bus going down from Dizengoff to the beach sometimes. That's entertaining, if nothing else. I hope I answered your question and all that stuff, that almost mumbly, rambling stuff.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and because I mean, a lot of times we get into discussions here on the different groups, and
Yes.
it's like, well, what's scripture and verse for that? And
Oh,
sometimes
yes.
it's not always scripture and verse. Sometimes it's uh, what's the word Angel used a while ago? It's like, I mean, if Moses did it, it doesn't say you have to do it that way, but that's why he
Right.
did it to handle the situation, and I like it. I mean,
Yeah.
the principle of it makes sense. You know,
Yeah.
you know,
You know, that's interesting. And the addition to people and the subtraction of people in that head is the head of organizational head is very interesting. If anybody keeps up with the parshas and stuff like that, the weekly Torah portion, we have Pinchas. This is Parsha Pinchas, and it's
right,
Pinchas because of Phi- uh, Phineas, this guy who people think could have been like the spirit of Elijah at that time. Of course, he defends the honor of the name of Hashem, and he literally kills some people because they were desecrating area too close to the camp. And you guys may know that story. If you don't, it's in Numbers 25, somewhere in the first of it, like the first 10 or 12 verses, something like that. But anyway, Pincus. And then, because I just read it this morning, but anyway, the other thing that's there. Oh, so this guy, okay, Fiennes, yeah, he he gets granted. This is fascinating. He gets granted a, a covenant of peace. Wow, I don't even know how to describe that. A covenant of peace. Maybe I'll ask a rabbi more about that. I'll look it up in the midrash or something. That could be fascinating to know exactly what that meant. But then also, he gets offered to be part of the priesthood. Wow, that's amazing. And here was this guy, coming into the camp. He sees something and takes asserts the situation of judgment on these people that are obviously in fornicating and maybe even there's idolatry involved. It kind of lends to that because of some stuff happening. Matter of fact, I would even go ahead and say that because that idolatry was a big deal back then. It's still a big deal. You got adultery and idolatry. The only other main one there is murder, but he didn't murder them. He judged them, and according to that scripture and Numbers. But it's fascinating. But my point with this is, like, you have James, not the brother of Jesus, but you have James, John, and Peter, right? But the rabbi that appears there seems to be the brother of Jesus, James. So you still have the three who are handling the management of the group, however big the group gets. They have other people underneath them. So they could have, a couple hundred people more or whatever in the Jerusalem area or even into Galilee
well, if they
and
were,
handle it,
if they were, if this was the Jerusalem Council, I don't
Yeah.
know exactly, but I mean, if it is, I think in the first part of Acts 15, it talks about, or somewhere there it talks about they met with the apostles. Okay, so it could have been
Mm-hmm.
several there. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Yes.
Barnabas, and the different
Okay.
people were there. So yeah, you could easily get other people to use
Yeah.
it. But my big deal is nobody teaches that. I mean, we talk about it, but like I posted something on Facebook this morning about it. That's never taught.
Yeah, and you know how Jewish that is. I mean,
Yeah, very
it's
Jewish.
like so Jewish. And when I look at the story of Jesus, I don't know. I mean, it's just like I see something. I'm not saying I see it better or different. That's not what I'm saying. But I see it as it's very likely that it happened, and the things that were talked about and the different people, it makes sense, is what I'm saying. And yet I know Christians debate on a lot of things, and then, other people, theologians and all, debate on stuff. Who cares? I mean, it's so Jewish, and it speaks directly to what's happening in the first century. And really, that's important, because if anything proves some validity to a group of people, it would certainly be that they have the whole structure there. I would
Well,
say that's a great consideration.
well, I mean, I just been doing research, and because Angel asked this question, I'm looking at what specific laws are in Torah that addresses the stranger in the land, the sojourner, and stuff like that. There were specifics,
Yeah.
like if they wanted to participate in Passover, my understanding they got to be circumcised. The men do.
No,
But really,
no.
because it says it in Torah.
Yeah, yeah, I know. I know what you're talking. I know exactly where you're referring. Okay, so the stranger is in the land, okay?
Yeah.
And maybe he is not circumcised, or she, I mean not she, but I mean he and
Right.
his he's the head of his family, he's not
Right.
circumcised. But they might not be invited into like some other communal group, but they're not going to demand that there be circumcised just because they're now in
No, no,
among
no, no,
the
no, no, no. I'm talking
Israelites.
about
Or
if they, like I'm like you, if they go to these people's house and they're gonna do the Passover, it's my understanding they need to be circumcised if they're going to participate with that group.
that's a good question, and I'm not
You're the
sure
man with
if
the answers
that's
there. Come on.
well, I would think that maybe they would be expected to, but I
Yeah.
think that there's probably also other groups where they know that they're a stranger and they are probably not. So being circumcised is like not that I'm describing circumcision, but I'm saying is there are groups that even at the temple in Jerusalem, there was a court for people to come and get really close to where all the action was.
Right. Right.
They
Right.
couldn't
Right.
go past that, but then again, they didn't have to be circumcised to
Right.
enter that court. So I think that it was. I think it was okay for a lot of people, and a lot of people would invite, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to invite people to come
Right.
and have the Pesach with you, and there's provision even if they're not. That was my real
Well,
point
see,
there.
that makes sense. You
Yeah.
got in Acts 21, Paul takes these certain converts. Okay, he takes
Yes.
them and they get I forgot the word, but it's like sanctified. So it's probably to a mikvah, maybe.
Yes.
And
Right.
then they
Uh-huh.
have an offering for that, and they go to the temple grounds. Well, they can't go past a certain place
Right.
to the Holy of Holies and all that. And that I understand. That makes
Yeah.
perfect sense.
Yeah.
You know,
It,
but I'm going directly from what the Torah says.
yes.
It comes to me like, okay, let me back up. Okay,
Okay.
and this is the thought I have. And if I'm off base, y'all please tell me, because I'm open, because I want to
Go
learn.
for
Okay,
it.
all these 613 laws per se. Okay, they're
Okay.
there.
Okay.
Okay, God gave them to the people, and they're going to settle in Israel. I mean, they had them, from my understanding, before they even got to the land. Is that correct?
A lot of them.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. I'll settle with a lot of them. But once you get there, they have all these laws. Okay, to me, it's almost like a governmental structure. This is what we're going to do. If you are an Israelite and you're going to live in this land, here's
Uh-huh.
the structure of what we do. Does that make sense?
Yes. Sure. Yes.
See, that just makes perfect sense. I mean, because then if you're not an Israelite, it's not going to be applicable to you at all. Okay,
Okay.
and there are certain conditions. I know if you do certain things, But I mean, like over even I know Isaiah in was it Isaiah 56 or something. He talks about the sons of the stranger. That
I think so in that area. Yeah,
it's something about that anyway. Where it's something about whole. It's something about, I'm paraphrasing.
it's
Where
okay.
but it is sons of the stranger that bind themselves to the Lord as far as Adonai. Okay, and keep the
Yes,
Sabbath. They he or she they get certain blessings.
yes,
Okay,
absolutely. Yes.
so if you have a Gentile, to me, this is just speculation.
Uh-huh.
We adhere to some of these things, okay, out of our love to serve Adonai, we're blessed. We do them out of love. We're not doing them out of, you've got to do this. We're going to do them because we want to bind ourselves with the Creator. Does that make sense?
That's beautiful. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Right. And you know, somebody actually challenged me on something I said and sent me a message, and they're not here, so I'm not. There's nobody here right now. But they said, you know, you talk about blessings and praying for blessings for people, but not everybody that's Jewish, and they're referring to the Siddur where it says the people of Israel. And I would agree with that. But to pray for a blessing, even for someone who's not Jewish, that is absolutely workable in every context. And so, you know, if that was a question, if anybody else thought about that, you know, I'm not going to change halakha, and I'm not going to usurp any kind of scriptural craziness to say something like that. Uh, but absolutely, you can pray for a non-Jewish person. You can pray and get a blessing for those people. That's serious stuff. I mean, that's good stuff. I don't know if we get extra points if a Jewish person does it. I'm not going there, but it's absolutely scriptural to do that, and there are
Right.
lots of little verses that indicate that. But you also see that in the midrash that explains it, and I think I could even, if I had to, find it in some Talmudic phrases. And can or do you have a question to follow up on that, or can I
Well,
go ahead? Go
Charles
ahead.
said something. He says friendship, you know, as far as it was in the chat thing.
Yes.
Uh, and I, to me, I want it more than a friendship.
Yeah.
I want a relationship. You know, I have
Yes.
friends, they're acquaintances.
Yes.
I don't have a relationship with them.
Okay.
I mean, it's a higher level.
Yes.
The way I'm looking at it. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. It's a higher level. I mean, you got the people in this room right here. I mean, everybody, you know, here in this room, except you, we're Gentiles. You know,
Okay.
okay, we're not in the land, but we reverence the Creator.
Okay.
You know, and we want that
Yes.
relationship. It's not.
Absolutely.
We don't. I don't think anybody here does it for what we want to get. We do it out of concern and our love for the Creator.
That's wonderful. See, that's relationship stuff. You don't have to be Jewish to have a relationship with Hashem. It's expected that everybody on earth would have that same relationship you're talking about, which is, pardon me, which is, uh, it is, I'll say, equal in the sense of the relationship part as anything that Jewish people could have. Okay. And so you're absolutely right. And there are people that want to get dogmatic about it and suggest there's some, you know, look, it is a burden to be Jewish. It's not a fun club, and sometimes it can be interesting,
Right.
but it's being held to a responsibility, and that's just what it is. And as part, I love that is. So I'm not complaining. But it is not just like, oh boy, I'm in some special club. No, it is. You study and your life is just that way. And you'll have other people that won't agree with you in your own family, and they go a
Yeah.
different way.
Well,
And
doesn't
they
the
might even
Torah
judge
say,
you for what you do.
doesn't the Torah say y'all, and I don't remember the Hebrew word, but it's like a separated people, like I think the English says peculiar people,
Kodesh,
something like that. What's that, Angel?
Kodesh, set
Kodesh.
apart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got a
And
part.
and remember, that's what the angels say. That's what the angels say to Hashem when they stand before him. It says, yeah, I'll read it right here for you. Kodesh, 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 Adonai, Ziot. You know, it literally says it. I don't know if you can see that or not, right there.
I believe you. I can't read it,
And
but I believe you.
but it does, and that means holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. And this is something that is recited every single day. And there's even a way of doing it. That word that she just used, chodesh, it's a
Yeah,
sanctified, holy thing. Yeah, that's good. And everybody here can be part of that, and you don't have to be Jewish to be that.
right.
Yeah, so
Okay.
that's very cool, I think.
I got another word. Since you just used the word Kodesh 3 times.
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes in the text, you see words used in more than once in the same text.
Yeah.
And I had somebody tell me there's a special reasoning for that. It's like a special emphasis when the same word is used more in the same text. What's your opinion?
Yes, I agree. And I'm going to look at something real quick because I want to show you some little what are called
Angel, you
trope
started
marks.
this.
No, it's good. She did.
No, Angel
It's,
started it. She asked me, do
yeah,
I have anything?
I don't know if you guys can see this, but wait, let me make sure I'm pointing in the right direction. Yes. Before each one of these words, it says Hodesh, Hodesh, Hodesh. You see an arrow pointing up. When you see holy, 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 you see that same arrow.
Yeah.
And that is an instruction to rise onto your tiptoes, to rise up. You're already standing. I'm sitting right now, but you're already standing, but you rise up your tiptoes because the angels are waiting for you to say these words, and then they say it with you. It is said in in the midrash. Sorry, in the midrash, it's suggested that they say that with you, and definitely you find it in. I got distracted. I'm going to show you why in just a second. In Talmudic, where they when the things that make up the commentary on the Mishnah and the Torah, which goes together, Gemara is what it's called, and it goes together to make up the Talmud, as you guys know. And it becomes a specialized word. And when you say that like that, you're to pull your heels together. I'm going to try to mimic this with my hands. You're standing like this, and you pull your heels together, and then you step up on your toes to not to mimic, but to reenact how the angels are standing and how they're raising themselves. And so it's a real special thing when you have three of the same word together. And in most places, like in the Siddur, that was the Siddur there, it's indicated by things like you stand and well, you already stand, but you rise on your toes as you say it each time. Man, that's some really cool stuff. Some of those kinds of things are just teachings passed down from the sages, and other places it's like in the Mishnah, where which is the oral Torah, which is in Judaism on a par with the written Torah. And so but you find these things and you think, wow, somebody put a lot of thought into this. And of course, also consider, while we're thinking about that, the Amidah and these prayers, these were set down 500 years before Jesus. Jesus said these same prayers with his group every morning. They would probably put on tefillin because we know they use the same kind of tefillin that I use. We know that because amazingly, beyond my comprehension, they found, they're called the Bar Kokhba, or Bar Kosfa, depending on how you want to say his name, the Bar Kokhba caves in the 60s. And there were tefillin that you wrap on your arm and your head. And they're a little more crude than the ones I have, which are nicely, fashioned, but it's the same thing. So probably being that that's within 100 years of Jesus, Yeshua, and we know that other people before him were using it, it stands to reason that his disciples and other people like that were doing it. And especially when you see that he's saying, he's talking about the Shema, and he uses the first line of the Veftah, what you say after the Shema, you will love Hashem with all your heart, your soul, and your might, your strength, sometimes it says. And so, that's what they're doing. And that's fascinating stuff, too. Anyway.
You got another question then?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right.
You know how, well, you may not know, I'm sorry. If I say something that you don't know,
say anything you like. And if we need to, I can look stuff up.
Okay, well, this is, okay, in Christianity, everybody's real big into the word Jesus.
Okay.
I was a apostolic minister for several years, and we were like Jesus name only. We didn't get into the Trinity at all, but we looked at Jesus as being the creator.
I see.
It's really bad. Anyway, it's a different story. Okay. All right. But, we know what Yeshua per se really means if you break it down in Hebrew, right?
Yes.
Jehovah per se is our salvation.
God saves.
Similar,
it's
right?
Salvation is what it means.
Yeah. Salvation. Okay. So the issue is, everybody talks about we're going to do this in Jesus' name per se. But there's a lot of people in the Bible that had forms of like Yehoshua, or you had other people's names that ended with EL, and they named their children, that way. From my understanding, they had, I don't want to say they had to, but a lot of biblical characters carry either the Yah or the L on their name. Okay.
Yes, my Hebrew name has that too. Yeah, I understand it. Yeah.
Okay, so it seems like somewhere the terminology got twisted where they lift up the name of Jesus per se, where in actuality that's not the name. You know that, and I know that as far as who we should call upon. Because if you look up in Hebrew, back in the text, you look up the word like salvation. What's it going to say in Hebrew? What does it say?
Here's an example right here. Wait, make sure I'm pointing at the right thing. I don't know if you can see this or not, but it says
I can see it.
Yeshua.
I can't read it, but I can see it.
It says Yeshua, and if you look up and see what it deals with salvation, it's right above my finger. Yeah, you find it so many times, and even this is a prayer book. As I said earlier, the Siddur sits on my desk, and I know of. I just went right to that, and I can show you a couple other places where it uses it too, because it's all throughout that. Sometimes I've wondered. It's interesting. You would say this because just this week I was writing somebody who asked me something about this, and I suggested, look. It's none of my business to get involved with people. People have reverence for the name of Jesus. I'm not getting involved with that, but I'm going to just tell you right here and now, it's just true. If he were standing like right outside and I yelled Jesus, he might wonder, what are you talking about? Yeah, because he wouldn't have gone by that Greek Anglicized name. He would it wouldn't do it. I mean, even the Greek of it wouldn't have done it. But Yeshua, that is a very proper Hebrew word. It's used in the prayers. It's used in prayers he would have prayed. And as a name, there were many, many hundreds, maybe even thousands. Somebody who sees James Tabor soon may could ask this, because this is, but it's true. I know this is true because I've seen the ossuaries. I've seen evidence of it. Oh, that was a very popular name in the first century.
Right. Well,
It means God's salvation. Wow, can't
yeah.
get a cooler name than that in the first century.
You see what they do though? They turn around. They say, "Well, the name is the key," and it's not that name. I mean, I'm like this, Valentine. If
Yes.
somebody wants to believe something, go ahead and do it. You know,
Okay.
that's
Okay.
their prerogative. They don't have
Sure.
to believe like me. You
Right.
know, it's like I post a thing. I said, I'm here just to point people towards the Creator, and y'all work it
Sure.
out.
There you go.
I don't want you to believe like I believe, because they don't have the background I have. They don't read what I've read. So how
Yeah,
can I expect them to believe what I believe? Exactly. It's not going to
I
happen.
understand. And people who are praying in the name of salvation, God's salvation,
Yeah.
well, I just pointed to a prayer right there in the Siddur that's used by every Jewish man, and they pray it every morning and midday and evening, and it's saying for the growth of God's salvation. It says
Right.
it. I just pointed to it. So it's, yeah, you would do that, and I think maybe somewhere along the way, people who really didn't understand the Hebraism of that, of what's happening there, and maybe even wanted to pull away from more Hebrew aspects of it, maybe somewhere in those few hundred years, that concept got maybe distorted. I don't want to use that word distorted, but maybe it wasn't quite understood the way that he would have suggested to his
Right.
disciples. But
Right.
even that suggestion would have been very um, uh, it would be kosher, it would be halakhic, and I just pointed to at least one. I could show you a few more if you wanted.
Yeah.
Of the references where it's in the same Siddur, the same prayers that he and his disciples would have prayed at least 3 times a day.
Right.
And one other thing, while I'm mentioning that, it's been a while since I read it, so please forgive me. I'm not trying to quote something. You'll know it better than I will. There's some times where he's praying at night, maybe midnight, maybe late at night. Okay, that's not a normal prayer time, but a tzaddik, a great righteous man, will sometimes rise and do the prayers at that, like midnight or a particular other time in the middle of the night. And that is considered a great act of righteousness, and I'm not saying self-righteousness, but of righteousness. And it's a blessing, and it indicates a higher level of a tzaddik, of a righteous man in this consideration. And so while we're talking that, I wanted to throw that in because this is not a normal guy we're talking about here. I'm not trying to be respectful calling Jesus a guy. I'm just saying a man. This is a tzaddik. He understands things on a whole other level and is desperately trying to convey this to his disciples. And and you could use Rabbi Akiva, okay, within 100 years of Jesus or Yeshua. He's taking and literally getting thousands of disciples and teaching them. As a matter of fact, I can say this without any hesitation. What we know of Judaism today comes from the teachings of Rabbi Akiva. And I would even suggest to you, are you ready for something huge? I'll show you something really huge.
Go ahead.
When Rabbi Akiva dies, it's recorded that he is saying the Shema. And he's dying so horribly. If you want to look it up, look it up. It's so horrible. I don't want to talk about it. But the it's recorded that he started saying the Shema and finished that and extended the last word. So Shema Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Ahad. And he extended the Ahad, which means oneness and unity and all that. And somebody say, well, what was he? Was he just saying the Shema? So a lot of Judaism, and I've done it myself when I thought I was going to die one time, they will say the Shema. And you would do that if you really think there's some threat on your life. And there was a time when I almost got hit by a missile, and I was really scared. And I said it out loud because you just don't know what's going to happen. Some of those times I was outside, and anyway, whole other story. But here's what he was doing. The Shema is only the beginning of a set of prayers that is followed by the Amidah. Now think about this. Let me ask you this. What were Jesus' last words on the cross?
It's finished.
Okay, it's finished. And what did he say? Into your hand I what? I commend my spirit. Let me show you something. You may not have ever seen this before, but I'm going to show you something that is almost mind-blowing. So we get there's a part, it's like 4 from the end of the Amidah. And it's called the prayer of thanks. Let me read this to you. See if you see the similarities in this, okay? So, and also, before I read it, what time of day was Jesus on the cross? Wasn't it from like before noon to 3,
There's
right?
2 different things, aren't they, Todd?
What's that?
Aren't there 2 different renditions in different gospels?
In the afternoon between 12
in
and
the
3,
afternoon,
right?
yeah, when he died, right?
Okay.
It's around 3, yeah.
Okay.
Because y'all start counting at 6 a.m., right? So it's from the 3rd to the 9th hour. So that would be 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Okay.
So
listen to this and tell me what you think. So it starts off, and this is actually, here's another one of these arrows that indicates this is where you bow. This is a very special prayer because it begins with a bowing. You bend your knees. This is thankfulness unto Hashem, and it's very interesting. I'm gonna just read because it's very short. We thank you, Lord our God, the God of our ancestors forever and all times. You are the rock of our lives, the shield of our salvation. From generation to generation, we will thank you and declare your praise. Here's where I'm going with this. Declare your praise for our lives, which are entrusted into your hands, into your hand for our soul, which is placed in your charge. Let me tell you exactly what I'm going with this, okay? I think that on the cross, Jesus is doing his midday prayers. It's very difficult to speak. He is in a horribly extended, as anybody would be who's crucified, position. He's doing his midday prayers. He gets 4 prayers from the end during the prayer of thanksgiving when he expires. And at that point, it's finished. He calls out. He can't go any further with it. He dies. It's just like other rabbis that have been they've commented on these rabbis. They were starting to do their midday prayers because that's what you do. Why did Rabbi Akiva do the Shema? Because he was starting his midday prayers and the pain was horrible and he expired before he could get past the Shema. So that's what he died with. And because of that, all the rabbis have taught you say the Shema if you're going to die. You don't ever want to feel like you got to do that. But you could even see Fauda, that show with, I can't think of his name. If you've heard of Fauda, when they thought they were about to die in the last season, he pulls his guys together and they start reciting the Shema. That's how serious it is. And I guarantee you the day that I did it, when that bomb hit real close to where I was and I was outside, I was saying it. I'm not trying to make a big deal about that or anything. I'm just saying that's what you do because you don't know what the next few seconds are. And anyway, I'm suggesting to you that it is quite possible, and this may be the first time you've ever heard this, but think about that for a minute. Those words that I read, they sound so similar to "in your hand I commend my spirit." Wow. I mean, even if you're shortening some of these prayers down to their basic essentials, that prayer was written 500 years before Jesus. This was in the time of um, Nehemiah, and these were set because they had just come back to the land and had to restore the temple. And the council, the great council, decided we've got to be prepared for this kind of thing in the future because it's probably going to happen again. And that's when they wrote those prayers. The great council did that, and that's why we still use them every single day. And I think that that's what Rabbi Yeshua ben Yosef was doing. That's a thought too. Think of that name for a minute. You
Yeah.
only see Joseph, right? You only see him with the is it Matthew, and they're talking about the birth story.
Lineage.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean he's
Matthew and Luke.
mentioned. They go to Egypt, right? Okay, but I want you to consider something. If you look in Luke, and he goes back to his home, and he is in um, he's in Capernaum, which is 18 miles that direction. And he's there in the synagogue, and he's reading from the book of Isaiah, okay? And there are people there, and they're looking at him, and they're listening to what he's saying. And they say, and see if it doesn't match up in any Bible you have. Is this not the son of Joseph? Is this not Ben Yosef? Do you know what that means? That means the first Messiah that's going to come. He'll be killed. Everybody knows that and agrees with that. He'll be killed. But he's going to help bring in the Mashiach ben David. So there's the Mashiach ben Yosef and there's Mashiach ben David. Now, I'm not declaring that Jesus of Nazareth was Messiah. I'm just saying, but I think that there's some messianic stuff happening there for absolutely sure. And I think that they believed that that's what was happening. Now, immediately after that, tables turn, and everybody, there are people who want to actually throw him off the side of that rocky area that's right over there. Things can go from bad, good to bad. Sometimes in the world of Judaism, it just can happen, man. That people throw things at me, and so I things can get bad, at least a little hairy, and definitely screams. But I would say that's more of a worst case scenario there. But consider that they're saying, it's in Luke, and I'm thinking it's in like chapter 3 or something. It's been a long time since I read it. But even in the Greek, if you have somebody who can read from the Greek, is this not Ben Yosef? Whoa. I mean, that's heavy stuff. And when you're Jewish and you read that or you hear that, you know exactly what they're saying. There's no doubt in my mind what they were saying when they're asking themselves. See, people think, oh, well, wasn't this Joseph, like the carpenter's son? No, that's not what's being asked there. Is this not one of the messiahs that will come and bring in the age and the day of Mashiach? Isn't this, couldn't this be? Isn't this Ben Yosef? Whoa, that's heavy stuff. And I'm not asking you to agree with me, but I think it is fascinating. And
it's something to think about.
And it makes it all the way from the Greek. And if you look at it in Hebrew, actually, I have a Hebrew New Testament over there that I pulled out to get something for somebody. And I'll look that up in a few minutes. But that's what it says. I'd do wrong to try to quote that, especially not having seen it in a long time. But that's fascinating stuff. That's
Valentine.
Yes, sir.
I'm on a roll since you stirred it up. Okay, so
okay.
okay.
All right.
Y'all shut me down now, Todd, if I need to.
And I'm sorry because I'm not
Sorry.
trying to dominate
No,
our
and I'm not either. I'm not
group
either. But
discussion,
these
so
things keep
forgive
coming up,
me,
and
but
I
I'm
got a
happy to
resource
talk.
I could ask
Okay.
somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, I'm happy
And
anytime
thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, Christianity teaches a lot about, do you do this to be saved per se? Okay, I'm not going to go there, but my question is this: at the time Yeshua was running around doing his thing, okay,
Okay.
I don't think the Jews there were looking at from what I read about Torah and Judaism, they weren't looking at a salvation issue as far as the afterlife. I don't, okay.
Right, right.
So was really being saved, was it being saved from the onslaught of the Roman culture and the being subjected to all that stuff that was going on at that time? I mean,
Okay.
what do you think about that?
I don't think that it has to do with the Romans. I'll tell you what I think it has to do
Okay.
with, and that is there is a way to separate oneself from Hashem, from the Creator, from God.
Okay.
And the presence of darkness is only, and the presence of evil is only the absence of the presence of Hashem, of God in somebody's life. And if that person embraces evil and they desire that, they can get it. Now, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that easy and that cut and dry. But if they truly desire to embrace darkness, which is the absence of the light of Hashem, and you can go back to the Yehi Or that Todd was talking about last week, because that's where you see this come into the picture, and it's pretty early on. It's like verse 3 or something, and or verse 4, and I'm going to put my hands down. I think it looks too distracting, but you have this situation where salvation is the relationship of the people of God, the family of God. And I would look among the people we have here and I would say, you are the family of God. You are the children of God. You have embraced these aspects of a covenant relationship with God. And I could be wrong, but I think that of all of you. So that is salvation. And you keep that as the forefront of your relationship with Hashem, with God. And okay, so people, I don't know. I can't say probably. I don't know where everybody is, but there are people who come to God through the teachings of Jesus. Well, how cool is that? Because this is a rabbi who's miraculously, in my mind, I think, his words, this rabbi's words, despite all the ways that it was kind of worked and done and all this, it survives in this Greek form, which is really slavishly delivered from what seems to be a Hebrew way of thinking and text. And actually, right now, I'm working with somebody. I think you guys probably would know them, but I'm not going to mention their name. But anyway, I'm working with somebody, and I'm actually working through a whole Hebrew New Testament, and it's fascinating. And it's a big challenge, and I've asked that person to give me some time because it's going to take me a little while to work on these things, and I'm working one little section. But I'm amazed what I saw in there, in the Hebrew of that document, and this one came from Egypt, if I'm not mistaken. I'll look back on it, and you've probably heard about this document, or maybe you know about it or seen it. And it was written in a Sephardic script, which was why the person asked me to get involved with it, because the handwriting looks just like mine. I mean, it just does. It looks like current handwriting, but some of the letters are a little bit different. But this was also translated or let's use the word translated, at a time before Hebrew got formalized and stabilized as it did 140 years ago, with the people that were working on, like Eliezer ben Yehuda, who pretty much is recognized as the father of modern Hebrew, and he was a real stickler. If you don't know about him, sometimes we can talk about him. But before all of that, this document arose and was written in Sephardic script, Hebrew. And as I said, I can read it. Once I had to go through and figure out some of the letters that I'm not used to seeing that way. And there's a couple where it's a combination of letters, pardon me, when used in combination, they are written a certain way. And that once I figured that out, then it was like, okay, I can do this. And it was very interesting. But that shows you how all this started. And it was obviously in a Hebraic and then sometimes Aramaic script. A lot of people were speaking Aramaic, in and around the first century, but they were also speaking Hebrew. That's for sure. And but again, I'm not a scholar. I'm Valentin the artist. That's what I am. That's what I do. So, but when I see these writings like this, and I think, wow, somebody literally wrote the entire New Testament in handwriting, and what an amazing thing that somebody like me can get a copy of this. It's at the Stanford University. No, yeah, not Oxford. It's 30 miles from London. It's 30 miles southeast of London, but I think Stanford. Anyway, and the documents are there. I even have asked if I could go there and view them, called white glove viewing, where you can actually have the text. I would love to see something like that. How amazing. And again, I have rambled and I apologize, but that's pretty interesting stuff. And I just thought I'd throw that out there because, as you said, there's a source, whether you agree with me or not, it's a source. And I'm not trying to push anything. I'm not trying to convert anybody to anything. I don't want anything. I even rejected getting paid to do the translation stuff. I don't need anything. But it's exciting to see something like that. I mean, you guys saw the excitement I had going and looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls and seeing the book of Isaiah. Phew. Man, that still gives me tingles to think of that. I might even go back down there before August and see it again. I really want to go. Oh,
I like the from the Jewish perspective. I like hearing that because it makes me think of what Yeshua did and everything else in a different way, and it's definitely not a way that the Bible puts it.
But yet it's there. It's just you don't see it because maybe a lot of training has gone this other direction, heavily influenced by filters from Catholic sources, and I'm not putting them down. They perfectly preserve documents. Amazingly, the ones that they did preserve, because many hundreds of them they destroyed, but the ones they did preserve, there's something intact there that when you see that put back into at least Matthew, Mark, and Luke, synoptic gospels, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke. You put that into Hebrew and it makes so much sense. It's like, of course, he's a rabbi in the first century. He's got his disciples. He's got his grouping and his three heads of the group and all this. Yeah, I mean, that's very, very rabbinic. And I don't have any problem with that. And I don't have a problem telling you about it. A lot of rabbis, not a lot, 5, there's a handful of rabbis who have actually scolded me and said, you should not be talking the way you do. But I say this, I'm not trying to influence anybody to believe anything. As I said, I'm not trying to convert anybody to anything, especially not Judaism. Somebody converts to Judaism, man, you're taking on big stuff there. And I'm not trying to lead anybody, and I would rather keep my mouth shut than to lead somebody into some false way of thinking. If I'm not sure about something, or I don't think it or believe something, I'm not going to say it. So that's me. And most of you guys have known me long enough to know that I try to give you exact quotes on where I'm speaking from, what place, because that's the way it's got to be. It can't just be out off the top of my head. I'll look up sources and even come back in the room sometimes and send Todd messages. This is here and there and there, because that's the way it's got to be. And speaking of that, Todd, last week I wanted to tell you this, but I didn't have the opportunity. You said you were talking about you were using the words of the Aaronic blessing. Do you remember when you brought that up?
Yeah.
Well, I picked up my Siddur to look at something, and this piece of paper fell out. And my goodness, it is that. And I used to keep this same piece of paper with me, and you just have to bear with me on that. My brain wasn't as sharp. I had a lot going on at the time, and I used to have to do this thing, and I memorized everything to be able to do it without reading, so that I could keep eye contact with the people of the groups that I would talk to. And this is what that is. Look at that. Oh man, there's small writing. Yireka Adonai v'yishmereka, Yahir Adonai panav eleka. I mean, it's just the whole thing. May Adonai bless you and watch over you. May Adonai shine upon you and be gracious with you. And may Adonai look towards you and grant you peace. And that's in Numbers 6:22. And it was so interesting to me because this piece of paper right here was on top of my guitar so that I wouldn't foul it up, because it's the last thing that I would say to all those people that would come for our Kabbalat Shabbat service that I led. And you just don't, you don't want to foul up something like that. So many times I would pick it up and be able to read it if I needed it, and you were talking about it, and this thing fell out of my Siddur. And I just thought, how interesting is that? Maybe it's a coincidence, but maybe it's worth telling you, because that was very cool. So was the guitar thing that I sent you that picture of.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. But, you and Ronnie was talking about Acts, and then we started talking about the Jewish judges and this, that, and the other.
Yes.
I have a hard time buying some of the stories in Acts, especially 15. James is supposed to be the head rabbi, but he says there's only 4 commandments they got to worry about right now. The rest they can learn in the synagogue, this, that, and the other. That just doesn't seem like something one of those would say. Especially if he tells Paul to go ahead and lie and take these Nazarites to have them decommissioned or whatever, and what that way you can prove that you're really a Jew and this, that, and the other. It doesn't seem to me like that would be something a rabbi would say.
Okay.
Does it?
Well, let's look at Hillel. Hillel was the head rabbi. He was one of the head 2 judges. He and Shammai were the 2 head, and they were opposite guys. Okay. One was very outgoing, and I mean, he was a sage, and he's one of the main sages that anybody can quote from. You've heard the example or the story about teaching me the Torah while I stand on 1 foot. You've probably heard that, right?
Yeah.
But figure the context of that. This young man, however old he was, I'm sure he was a lot younger than I am. So this young man he went to Shammai, and the way the story goes, Shammai, who was a carpenter, well, not a carpenter, like stonemason carpenter, did work with wood, he would carry this rod, and he had marked on the rod the different measurements, and he came in. He said, Rabbi Shammai, can you teach me the Torah while standing on one foot? And Shammai just like whacked him with this rod. Get out of here. I'm not having any of this. This guy wasn't Jewish, and he wanted to study Torah, and he wanted to be part of the covenant. This story is documented all through Judaism, so I would say it's absolutely agreeable to anything that I would think. So he leaves Shammai, and remember, Shammai and Hillel were the two main guys in Jerusalem. There was the school of Shammai and the school of Hillel, and they were very different. So he goes to Rabbi Hillel, and he says to Rabbi Hillel, "Can you teach me Torah while I stand, or while you stand on one foot?" And what does Hillel say to him? He said, "Do you know that?" He says, "Love God with all your heart, your soul, and your might, and love your neighbor as yourself. This is the whole Torah. Everything else is commentary." The young man became a student of Hillel and became B'nai Israel. He became Jewish, and he studied under Hillel. And that guy, I don't know his name. I'm calling him that guy. One, it's not too nice, but anyway, that man. This is a kind of a story that everybody agrees is an actual story, a real thing, and I think it's super because right there you've got somebody simplifying, as many other people did, simplifying Torah down to a few words. Sometimes Elijah did it. Other people in the Torah, King David even did it. They would simplify it down to, "I love you, Hashem, and I desire to have a pure heart." I mean, right there, that's Torah. And so, yeah, I don't have a problem with somebody saying these three things. I listed them earlier. Don't commit murder, don't practice idolatry, and don't practice adultery. If that's all you knew, that's the main thing from the rabbis right there. That's
He was he was quoting Yeshua too, because that same thing Yeshua said when they were trying to test him about the most important part of Torah. He says, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. On this hangs all the prophets.
Absolutely. Ve'avtaha ed Adonai Eloheka v'kol avha kol nafshecha v'kol meodeka. Yeah, he's quoting that because that's a part of the prayer that you would use every single day, 3 times a day. So that's pretty awesome stuff. And yet that makes it through to today in the writings about him and the very few surviving writings of something that they say he said. How cool is that? How amazing is that survived? And yet that's part of the Shema, right? We know the Shema. And the Ve'avtaha, which means, and you will love, Ve'avtaha only means, and you will love Hashem, or the Lord. That's what that means. But he quotes that. That's what he's actually quoting. You will love the Lord. And so, yeah, that right there. There's the Torah, the prophet, right there. I agree.
It's a shame that the way you're explaining this. It's a shame that the the ones that wrote the Gospels it's almost like they remove Yeshua's Jewishness. Because why wouldn't they say, hey, he said the morning prayer, he said the midday prayers, he said the evening prayers. That's not written down in the Gospels, but it's what he did.
Well, yes, but look at it this way. When I look at it, because that's my perspective, when I look at it, I see it for what it is. Because I'm sharing with you, because I'm not a theologian. I'm surely not a New Testament theologian. But I feel it's an important document because, if nothing else, it absolutely declares the Jewishness and the importance of that in that teaching, because that's what he was. And people have all kinds of theories, and they love to make Israel their backdrop for their documentaries, and they love to say whatever they want to say. But really, if you just look at what he's saying, that's as Jewish as Hillel or Shammai. And actually, he's in the school, kind of, I'm not saying he was in the school of Hillel, but really, yeah. I mean, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which is so similar to Hillel's don't do to others what you would hate be done to you, basically. Paraphrasing, of course, but it's so Hillelian, the Rabbi Hillel. And rabbis all through the ages have commented on that. It's like, well, yeah, he's kind of giving a way of looking at the concept that even Hillel the Great has commented on. And I would absolutely agree with that. But that's because I'm looking at it from Jewish perspective. So when I see he went here and then he went there, well, that's 25 miles from here. That's 20 miles to the lake to Kinneret, and then within 5 miles you've got most of the places that are being covered there. That's pretty interesting stuff, because somebody knew it would mean something that they would list these names. Because tell you what, until archaeologists found a lot of them, they didn't know where those things were, and they found this stuff. And including the place where the Romans kept the pigs. They found an inscription not even 10 years ago, I don't believe. I think it was within the last 10 years. If you're facing the Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee, as you approach Tiberias, and you look to the right, you're looking east, and then you're looking northeast. So you're looking to the left. I'm sorry, I said right. To the left, you see a place, this hill, this steep incline. It's hard to walk up. And up there, about 3/4 of the way, in the last 10 years, they found an inscription that indicated that in the 1st century, this is the place where the pigs were kept. I mean, and it's exactly where they said he was when he encountered the guy, and then the spirits went into the pigs and ran into the lake and all that. It's right there. Who would have even believed that would have been, that they would have found something like that? And it's authentic. There's no doubt about that. But that kind of stuff, it just makes sense in a Jewish mind. Now, when you start putting other filters on that, well, you can make it any way you want it. And unfortunately, I would say, the Roman theologians were also tasked with reducing the Jewishness of Jesus. They talk about it. It is heavily discussed and agreed upon. It doesn't surprise me. It's okay. Doesn't hurt my feelings. But boy, what they're missing out on, oh my gosh. The things they're missing out on are so rich and so beautiful. But we're talking about them now, so it's okay. They weren't lost.
Dave, I was going to say, David posted a question for you.
I'm sorry. Let me look over here.
Says, may I ask how you address the problematic statements in Yevamot 47b, Kiddushin 70b, Yevamot 61a, Ketubot?
Okay. Let me. Well, my wife's got my phone. Hold on.
I won't go into them, but they're not very nice about Gentiles.
Oh, are those the ones? Because I'm kind of familiar with the Kiddushin one and Ketubot, but and Sanhedrin. Yeah, sometimes some rabbis don't like Gentiles. That's obvious. But please understand, every one of these that you have written, and I will look up each one of these and get back with you on
Sure.
all of these.
Sure.
But and some of them I'm familiar with. I can tell you, just like today. Whoops, hold on. Oh, it's telling me I have 10% battery, so I'm going to fix that in just a moment.
That's
But
okay.
I can tell you that there are people who don't like non-Jews.
Right.
There are people that walked past my wife and I today with their uh, um, they had their talits on and they
Yeah.
were going to services, and we
Yeah.
passed them. They wouldn't even look at me. Of course, I wear Hawaiian shirts. They look at me in the winter because I look, I guess, more Jewish. I don't know. but they wouldn't even look at me. If I say Shabbat Shalom, which is what it's a kind of a Sephardic thing, and they say it's Shabbos, or they'll say Shabbos, and they'll do that occasionally. People that know me will do that,
Yeah.
but most of them will not. And I'm Jewish.
Hmm.
I mean, I can prove it with my with my ID and my passport from here. Oh, you can't get more Jewish than that. They're not more Jewish than I am, that's for
Right.
sure. But
Yeah.
yet there are people who won't talk to me,
Hmm.
and they certainly won't talk to Todd or even acknowledge his existence, even though he looks cool with his beard and his cool hat. And that's just the way some people are going to be. Now, I'm using that as an example because that actually happened to me today, and people in this community know me, so that it gets kind of weird sometimes. But I call them bomb shelter friends because they'll only talk to me in a bomb shelter. but but I know rabbis who will not look at and acknowledge non-Jewish people, or even gradient scale lesser Jewish people that they determine. I mean, I can go in any synagogue I want to go in. I can do the prayers. I can go to the front. I can read the Torah. There's nothing I can't do. But they might have a problem with me, and many of them have told me that, and that's okay. That's all right.
Yeah.
But I'll look up those and get
Yeah.
back
I
with
mean,
all of
they're
you.
they're they're problematic, and let me just say, going the other way from the Orthodox Christians, much worse about Jews, and so but I was surprised some of those statements that were made because I study this, wanting to know more about how the Judaism is practiced, and I also realize there are rebuttals in these areas against these statements. So I'm not saying but it's one that really bothered me was if a Gentile celebrates the Sabbath, he should be killed, and that's kind of harsh, you know.
That is very harsh, and they know better.
Yeah,
They
well,
know better.
but
But the whole
it's
Talmud is people arguing with each other,
no,
and they'll
I
do it
get
through
that.
centuries.
Yeah, well, it's just amazing, and that you know, there's nothing worse than a Gentile that converts is what's also in one of those, and I thought if they want to, I think of Isaiah, and Isaiah says there's a place for these people who celebrate my Sabbath. Because people say it's the Jewish Sabbath. It was God who said this is the Sabbath, and so I wondered where that came from. And again, maybe it was because there was also harsh times with Gentiles that were killing them and persecuting them, and so I don't know the context, I guess, of all the Babylonian Talmud, and just like to hear your point of view on that, Valentine, because you seem to have such a positive view, and I think you're talking to all of us is extremely important, and it's something that we all enjoy. So I just want to let you
Yeah,
know that.
I really
Thank you.
appreciate the things that he's brought out because there are some things in the New Testament that actually make a lot more sense since he's explained the Jewish mindset
Oh,
Oh
and
yeah.
and
Yep.
thank
the
you.
things that are like the prayer book, like Yeshua prayed in the prayer, his noon prayers as he was dying. That's something I never would have
Yeah,
recognized.
no.
Right.
Anyways, yeah,
We,
but, I will write to you on email, and again, I'm not looking for any. You don't even have to answer the question, but it's
oh
something that
no, it's a good
is
question.
some from outside the community. I look in there and I go, really? And the Christians have killed more Jews than there are even, you can't even begin to speak. So I'm not, that way. But the issue too for me was that I I think that it even says in the book of Zechariah that in the 14th chapter, even when when Hashem comes back, there will be no rain for the people that don't come up to the holy days. And so I think all people will eventually understand those holy days and have to celebrate them or want to celebrate them. And again, that's a prophet. It's not Moses, but I believe in Zechariah, and I think what he knew things that no one else knew. But
Well, he was a priest, if I'm not mistaken,
okay,
Zechariah, or was from priestly lineage.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's big
And so
stuff.
it's very welcoming. The Torah and the Tanakh itself is very welcoming to the people that want to come and join. I don't know if you've ever heard of Robert Eisenman, the scholar, wrote the Book of James and other books. He's Jewish. In fact, his brother is known for Eisenman architecture on buildings, so they're very famous for many.
Oh,
And
yeah. I've
and
heard of Robert
yeah,
Eisman. I think that Tabor is doing something on one of his platforms with
yes,
one of his books.
yes,
I
and
just found some emails about that.
yeah, he's a brilliant man, and he gave a talk at one of our meetings for United Israel, and he got up and he said, "Look, there's no need for all this conversion." Now this is a Jew saying it. He goes, "You know what the Muslims say, and I'm not going to say it here, but it's a sentence. If you say the sentence, you are a Muslim." And of
Yeah,
course, in Judaism, there's the rabbi tells you 3 times to go away. That's a New York thing. I don't know if it's true where you were, but
it's true.
yeah,
It's true. I've heard that. I don't
yeah.
agree with that, but I've
No, no,
heard
I
that many
exactly.
times.
But it's a thing. A lot of New York. I work with a lot of New York Jews.
Yeah,
They're famous to say, if there are 2 Jews in the elevator, there's at least 3 opinions. But what he said is just, do you believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? And do you
there it
believe in
is.
his teachings? Yes. Well, then come with us.
There you
We need
go.
you. And again, I'm of the and I think I met some people. Ronnie was one of the first people I met, where that these this 12 the other tribes went off and got blended into culture, and that many of them come back to Torah centuries and millennia later because they have that calling from the Almighty. And I'll tell you one. I've said it before. I don't want to bother the other people here, but I don't think I ever said this to you. But when I was a young boy, my grandmother, they were conversos, and were Sephardic, but had become Roman Catholic.
Yeah, a lot
My
of them.
my grandmother, well, it was become a Roman Catholic or die. So, my
Yeah,
my grandmother said to me, David, I'm like 5 years old. I'm making you an Afghan, and she would knit them for every child. I was the first grandchild, and so she said, "What colors would you like?" And she laid out all these colors. And I'm not kidding you. My wife knows we have it to this day. This Afghan, they were the colors of the Israeli flag. And I said, I want these two. And she didn't really want to do it. And I said, no, I want these 2 colors. So I have this Afghan, and it's very heavy and it's very comforting. I rarely use it, but and this leads to Ronnie Fulcher eventually. But what then happened was I had this horrible flu. And you've had the flu where you're in the bed and all the blankets are on you, and you're still not warm. You're shivering, and so I'm in there, and I said to my wife, "Honey, get the Afghan." So she got the Afghan and placed it on top of me, and I have this dream, and it's a dream, and I'm not saying God sent it to me, but here's what happened: I'm in my bedroom, and in the dream, and I'm actually in my bedroom just sleeping, and these 12 men come in, and they looked old, from ancient times, and I said, "What are you doing here?" And they said, "You are one of us. Come with us." I had no idea what this meant for years. And then I started reading about, the tribes, and possibly, when Hashem wants things to come back his way, he'll call these people, on eagle's wings, and the whole story better than
Yeah.
me. Anyways, I became obsessed with it, and I wasn't with the Anglo-Israeli theory. I think that they're spread out everywhere. Simcha Jakubowicz has done a series on that. But
I saw that. Yeah.
I met Ronnie, and he gave me a hat saying, I don't know, Ronnie, what did that hat say? Calling all the tribes or looking for the tribes? I forget what it was, Ronnie, but I still have the hat. And it was one of those things that I felt was a sign, not a command, but a sign of I was going down the right path. And it's a difficult path when you're totally outside of the system, because no one, one of my Christian friends said, "Who do you think you are? Noah, the only righteous person left on the earth? Because you're going this way?" And I go, "No, no, no. There's a lot of people that are this way." And I said, "Look at all the Jewish people." And I was kicked out of Catholicism and catechism because I said to them, Jesus is not God the Father, I'll say it nicely. And they took me all the way up to I don't know, I forget the name of the guy, but he was a big shot. And just under the bishop, Monsignor they were called. And I forget all of it because I was 7 years old. I was 7 years old. And he was so nice. He said, "Son, you're a Jew, if you believe that way." And I said, my parents were shocked. There was going to be no confirmation, and so
Wow.
we met a character who had left the Church of Christ and was in this old mill where my dad worked, and he would come over and we would just sit down and read the Bible for hours, like 8 of us, and he was a James who was from the Church of Christ, like James Tabor, and he also had a limp because his leg got crushed in a coal mine, and James Tabor has a limp because of getting what was the disease he got?
Polio.
Polio. So here I had two guys named James from the Church of Christ that both limped, and both said, "Let's read the Bible together." And James sent me, I don't know, 10 pages of on a Word document that was eventually called Restoring Abrahamic Faith. And I then met people like Ronnie and Betty, his sister, and Ross Nichols, and Dennis and Kathy Jones, and they were all in the same kind of path of elevating the Torah and trying to understand what it meant to follow that way. And so, I'm not saying, God has told me all this, but I felt that way from a very early age, and you never believed in the blood of Christ or any of that. And so, you know, strictly speaking, I never was a Christian, even though I was going to the Catholic. So then, when it all came to a head, it was 1968. So I was 9 years old by this time. And we were at the Catholic Church and sitting in the back. And my mother was very strict. She was very supportive of the church. My dad did the retreats. My mother did all the dinners. My grandmother did the dinners as chefs. All Italian, which was great food. And I'm walking out, and I stop and I hold my mother's hand. I'm 9 years old. And I turn around and I looked up at the crucifix, which has the body of Jesus on there. And I said, "Mom, why do you think he is God?" And my mother lost her freaking mind. I mean, she's like, "David!" And she just pulls me out of the church, like that. So then, years later, I would get the Bible. It was a King James Bible, and I would go in to their bedroom at night, and I would preach to them from the Bible. And my mother goes, "I wanted a Catholic priest, but I got a preacher," and and it was so grateful that my parents would let us go. And I've told this story before. I remember she would say, "Well, we don't believe in the Christian holidays, but we got to eat on Easter Sunday anyway, so come over. It's not Easter for us, but come on over." And we went over there, and Patty and I had said, "We're not eating that ham." And my dad said, "Why aren't you eating the ham?" And I said, "Because the Bible told us not to." And so I pull out the book of Leviticus and I read him the whole passage. Before we begin eating, my dad picks up the ham and throws it out into the yard and said, "I'm not eating it anymore ever." Also,
Wow.
and that was it was like because we thought this is the end of us ever dealing with my parents.
I was
And
so scared when he did that. I thought, I didn't know if he was like agreeing with us or if he's like, "Well, you son of a bees, we're not eating the ham either." And throw us out in the yard. I'm like, "Oh shit, there goes the ham." I
and,
That'd
must
be
have been so
scary.
scared.
then another one, which I've told, we would go to this incredible restaurant that was over 100 years old, the Savoy, named after the Savoy in England, but it was a Italian restaurant, and the people that owned the Savoy helped legally bring Italians over, so there was this beautiful relationship. So my mother loved it. So the first time we're not eating ham or shrimps or anything like that, we walk in, we're going to have some pasta. My mom walks in and she starts going up to tables saying, "The Bible says you shouldn't be eating that." Other mom, please let us back
Oh,
off from this. Like you're saying, you're not trying to convert people, you're trying to figure it out yourself. And so it was an incredible thing. And I'll end with this last story. So my dad died. They were both born in 1929. My dad died in January of 19, almost 90 years old. And my mother her birthday was September 6th. And so it came out that I said, "Mom, let's go to Savoy." And we get there and we have a special table because it's my mom's 90th birthday. And a very famous piano player who was Lou Rawls' band leader, Rick Montalbano, phenomenal. I go up there and I set $100 on his plate, and I said to him, "Rick, will you play Happy Birthday? My mother's going to be 90." So we're eating, and all of a sudden he gets on the microphone. He never spoke into the mic. He just played tunes, and you could tell him a tune, and he would just play it. He was amazing, and he played the melody in his right hand and the chords in his left hand. Anyways, he stops. He gets the microphone out. He goes, "I have an announcement to make." He said, "Anna Santoro Tyler is 90 years old today, and we're going to sing her happy birthday." And the entire restaurant sang happy birthday to her.
wow.
And she died on October 4th, Shabbat that year.
Wow.
And my brother called me and said, "David, I think Mom has passed." And so thank God she didn't go into the nursing homes and all that. But that was our story. Very different, but all of us have come to Hashem in these different ways and are trying to find the best path. And it was difficult because I didn't celebrate Christmas. Our last Christmas was, I was a teenager, and so all my friends would say, "What are you doing for Christmas?" And every year I would tell them I don't celebrate Christmas, and they would be good with that. You overly religious, but you play rock and roll and you like girls. Well, yeah, that doesn't mean I. And so then the next year would come up and they would say, "What are you doing for Christmas?" And I said, "Well, like the last 5 years, we don't celebrate Christmas." And they would stop talking to me eventually, and we essentially have no friends. And other than in these groups, we know these people, and it's hard on the outside because there's no real group to go to, and the Jews that live around here, I said before, are delicatessen Jews, so they don't really celebrate Shabbat or anything, and they're like, "That's too difficult." And I'm thinking, well, I don't know. It's one of the 10. But, I don't argue like you. I try to find my own way. And then I started writing and then when my son passed, it really took a different meaning. And, I really started looking into a lot of things differently. And one other thing I said last night, in our Shabbat welcome, here's the deal. Back those in the 70s, there was no internet, or there was Billy Graham on TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so when you went to the library, you had to, you know, like really search things out and write notes and learn. And, we got a Hebrew grammar and, all these other things. And so it's a long uh, place. It's a long path. And, that's why I brought up those Talmud things, because to say that, I should be killed if I celebrate the Sabbath, I find that offensive, that someone would even say that. But again, there's far more worse things going the other way, so don't take it the wrong way.
I'm not responsible for what those
No,
guys wrote.
of
And
course.
a lot of times I am shocked by stuff I've seen in the Talmud. Babylonian Talmud, I mean, you got to figure
Yeah,
they're still dealing with having been conquered and brought slavishly, literally brought to Babylon.
right,
That's like 600 plus miles, give or take a few
right,
miles from
right.
here.
Hmm.
It takes I'm just guessing, to walk that, like
Oh,
not on a camel,
right.
that's at least 2 weeks, at least. And that
Well,
would be
you can
a
walk 20
driving
you,
force.
you could walk 20 miles a day is a long way with a group of people. I'm not talking
Yeah,
about a hiker walking. So
yeah,
so
no.
20 would be 5 days for 100 miles times 6, be more like a month. And if you
And
stop for Shabbat, that would be more than a month.
I doubt they would have stopped for Shabbat. You cross that desert, you got to have your act together,
Oh,
because you got to have enough water. There are very few wells,
oh yeah,
and a lot of them are protected, and they won't let you have their water.
right.
And uh, that's, you got to figure. I mean, so you read something like Jacob,
Yeah,
and he's going out to see. Basically, he's going to work for Laban. Is what's going to happen. He's going to
right,
meet his wives,
right.
but to get to that place, that
Oh,
is a long
oh yeah.
walk.
Yeah, even walking around Jerusalem in the summer, we went on
Oh,
4 digs with Dr. Tabor for weeks, and just walking from the hotel in the morning, it was 5 a.m., so there was no heat, and we get there, but like we'd finish up around noon, maybe 1, and it'd be 115, and
yeah,
and this is in Jerusalem, which is higher, and and then by the time you walk back to your hotel, you were exhausted. Of course, they looked at me and said, "Oh, you're a big boy, so we're going to make you take these. What are they, doofus, Pat? The
oh
doofus.
gosh,
Yeah, now you're going to carry dirt, boy." And
yeah,
and,
oh gosh,
and after a while, you're like, but I did love the food, and I, even though I ate very well, I lost 11 pounds in 2 weeks because
yeah,
it was just so much.
absolutely.
And like I said, I I saw those people. They would look at Patty, the ultra orthodox it's 115 degrees. They're wearing a fur hat and long jackets, and
Yeah.
Patty would walk down the street in Old Jerusalem, and they would just look the other way. They can't look at that blonde, beautiful blonde girl coming down.
But the thing is, I was covered head to toe in dirt, wearing these, khakis and
Yeah,
just the
Yeah,
fact it was the fact that I was female that they couldn't look upon me.
exactly,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah,
but we learned, and we had some other great Jewish friends and Palestinian friends, that Yosef was the guy that kind of did the heavy work with us, and
yeah,
we're still friends to this day, and
that's
we met
wonderful.
so many wonderful people, and it was just so it was such a beautiful we've been to Israel like 20 times, and you know those times being with that whole group, and Shimon Gibson, who knows more about Jerusalem
Yeah,
archaeology.
archaeologists down
Oh,
there. I know
yeah,
who you're talking
he is brilliant, and he would walk us around the walls of the old city. And a couple of times Ross went with us, and and we were right by the Mount Zion Gate, and so we filmed that Hannah Sanesh video by there, and we got to meet a lot of people, and most of them were extremely nice. And we went to or I don't think Patty went with me, but I went to a church for their mass or whatever they were doing, because I was invited, but they spoke in Aramaic only. And
Oh
so
yeah, there are some. Yeah,
yeah. And so I got to see that. I went to some good Shabbat meetings. We'd go to the Kotel, and we were very much I was always treated with total respect down there. And so it's an amazing, as you know, that walk from, say, the Jaffa Gate down there. It's as you get closer and closer, and I got good friends at the Shorashim shop. Moshe is right before, in those great coffee shops just before you go
oh
down, and
yeah.
that to me is living life. I really
Oh,
like. We got
I
to
eat
get
the
back.
shawarma down there, right near
I
there.
know where that is. Yeah.
Almost every time, my wife and I'll go down there and have shawarma. Oh,
Yeah.
you
And
know.
it was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And so it was, and then it was just such a great thing. And I think I told you this before, but I'll tell it to you really quick.
Sure.
So Patty and I are going down there, and we want to get new wedding rings for the Song of Solomon. I
Oh, how
am
cool.
I'm my
Yeah,
beloved's, and my beloved is mine. And
yeah.
and this is another, maybe a sign from God. I don't know, but it goes like this. So Patty gets hers, and they go, "Fat boy, there you go. Fat boy, your hands are too fat. We're going to have to send you your ring." I said, "Oh, Moshe, no problem." And so, but it's going to take a couple of months. So we get back home, and unfortunately, in this period, my son dies, and
Oh,
and he was
oh,
34, and I've forgotten about the ring, and the ring comes on the seventh day after he dies.
wow,
So I put it on. It's in Hebrew. I didn't even read it.
wow.
So one day, I did. Only time in my life I thought about suicide, but one day I'm in the bathroom and I pull the ring off, and it's not the Song of Solomon. It
What was
says in
it?
Hebrew, it says, "I am the Lord your God. I am one."
Whoa,
And I'm like, this is
wow.
this is not this is not a mistake. And
That's like a sign. You
oh
know,
man,
I mean, that's the way I would look at it if I
yeah.
saw something like that.
And I went back and I told Moshe about this at the Shorashim shop, and he looks at me and he starts crying, and we just hug each other.
Wow,
And
that is pretty heavy.
it was, and it's like, how did that happen? I don't think it just happened. And why that verse?
Why that
So I
verse?
took that to mean, and I won't go on because I blab a lot, but I took that to mean, I am still your God. I am one. I'm still here. And I'm, like the Moses Psalm, I'm not going anywhere. From eternity to eternity, I am Hashem. And that's the end of it, brothers. You know? And though you've gone through this, I am still here. And, I believe he was near to us at the whole time. That you can, not to quote Psalm 1, but you can go down two paths. You got to choose the right path after something like that happens. Many people get divorced, they become drug addicts, and I never thought about killing myself, but the pain was too much. And I don't want to go into all that today, but my point to you is this: he has been, he was, has been, and always will be the Almighty, the Creator, the Most High, El Elyon, and his name tells us, the Yud He Vav He, just, it's a revelation, you know. And I feel very blessed because of that, and that's why I like talking with all these people, because I won't tell that to my Christian friends. I'm sorry. I just don't want to get into their. Well, it was
They
Jesus.
may
No,
not get it. They
no,
may not.
Jesus didn't. Jesus had nothing to do with it. And I love the historical Jesus. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah.
but I think he was a man, and like many others, I think Moses was a man, Isaiah was a man, David was a man. We're all the breath of the Almighty was put into us, and He gave
There
us
you go.
life, and
There you
that's the
go.
end of it. I mean, no man can be brought to the level of Hashem. He is the Creator, and so like you were saying about bowing, that's the only time my knee will bow, is to Hashem, and those feelings you get when you walk towards the hotel. It's like some spiritual thing starts to come over you, and maybe
It
it's my
is.
mind making it up. But when I
No.
get there, it's like I think of nothing else. There's no other thought in my mind as I walk towards that wall, and all these other people are praying. I just feel like someday, we pray for you to return, like the book of Zechariah says, and you know it's like kind of getting back to ground zero of where your faith was, and I'm sure that also Horeb or Sinai would be that same way. I think purposely, like we don't know where Moshe is buried. We don't know truly which mountain is Mount Sinai. There's like 14. Well, there's no doubt that the Temple Mount is the Temple Mount. And
Yeah.
when you get there, it's there. You know what I mean?
It's there.
Yeah. Anyways, I appreciate all of your insights. And like I say, I like to know your thoughts on those more difficult passages, but I understand that the
I
Talmud is
will
a bunch of
look up
arguments.
all of those, and actually, for everyone here, if you guys are interested in such things,
Yeah.
I think most of you have the where is it here? Hold on. Oh, there it is. The Sephora,
Yeah.
um, the Sephora, um,
App.
Sephoria. Anyway, app, and you can look up all of this stuff in English, and you
Yeah.
see the Hebrew too.
Yeah.
But I got something for you, real quick. Uh, it it says, "And may our eyes witness your return to Zion in compassion. Blessed are you, Lord, who restores his presence to Zion." That word presence, as you know,
Yeah.
is the Shekinah. And it
Yes.
says there Shekinato, meaning your presence, his presence. But yeah, and how powerful. And when you were talking about that, it reminded me of that. And before either of us leave, I want to say, you don't know. You don't know. There are so many people that are related to the ancient Israelites.
Right.
You could absolutely be part of that for
Yeah.
sure,
Yeah.
because that soul goes through, and for those that resonate with that,
Right.
it connects, and that is powerful, and
It
and
is.
that's not your or my imagination. It is real. And
Yeah.
when you have those experiences like over at the
Yeah.
hotel there at the
Yeah.
Western Wall,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever walked up to that wall and not gotten tears in my eyes. I don't know why.
Right.
And the first time I was ever there,
Yeah.
I went there, I stood there, I looked up and saw the sky. And the next thing I know, 45 minutes had passed by and it seemed like a few seconds.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'll never forget that. And I said, I told you I would make it here.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's
No,
powerful stuff.
it
And
is,
I just
and
wanted to say one thing about those verses. Sorry, I never know
yes,
when to interject, so I just take a
you
guess
go
and it's
right
go
ahead.
right
well, but it's
ahead.
always I
Don't
always
wait for your
interject at the
husband or
wrong
me.
time.
Just hit
But
it.
those verses from the Talmud that Dave brought up, I
Yeah.
don't take it personally. I mean, people are commanded to like me. I'm not entitled to have everybody like me. But what I think is really unfortunate about them is that they have added fuel to the anti-Semitism today, and
Oh,
people people just,
I
point to
agree.
that, and and they use that against the Jews, and that's the one unfortunate thing I think about that having been published.
Yeah.
So that's
I,
all I want to say. I just want to sign off for now, and I want to say thank you to Angel and Todd. Give that little kitty a smooch from me, and
It was so sweet.
I hope you all have a wonderful week, and it was so nice to see you all.
Yeah.
Good to
you.
see you.
I
Shabbat
just wanted
shalom,
to add.
shavua tov, and Lahitraot.
The
Bye.
Heatroat. That's a wonderful phrase. I love that.
Okay.
Yeah. Means
Bye bye,
see you
guys.
later.
See you later.
I just wanted
Oh,
to add something about the Talmud. It was very interesting that you said it's interesting that we should look at that in context of what was going on at the time. They were among a people that hated them.
oh yeah.
And I think that may have influenced the way they felt about the Gentiles that they were surrounded by, and I I think that may have played a huge role in how negative the Talmud was written towards the Gentiles.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you. I was going to look up something uh, because Kiddushin 70b, I was right there, like one page from that. I was at 69b, and you know what the A and the B is, right? It's their
Right.
folio, their pages. So you
Right.
get, one page is this is A,
Right.
and that's B. Okay,
Yep.
so that's what that is.
Yep.
But I was going to look. I was just going to try to look one up real quick. Let's see. Here's Talmud. Let's go. And I'm using that Sephria, and I'm just going to look up. Let's see here. I'm going to look up the Babylonian Talmud because there's a Babylonian, and there's one called Yerushalmi. You can call it Jerusalem Talmud.
Right.
And the Jerusalem Talmud was really put together right over here in Spot, just about 15 miles from me, and maybe even 10, I guess. But they call it Jerusalem because it's in Israel, so that represented Jerusalem. But hold on, let me look up something.
Try Sanhedrin 58b.
Sanhedrin. Okay, let's look it up. Hold on one second.
So, what's the difference between the Babylonian Talmud and the Jerusalem Talmud?
Well, they both deal with they're dealing with sometimes issues that are there, they're proximate to their area, and like the things happening in Spot, let's say 1700 years ago thereabouts, or 2000 years ago, are very different than the things that were happening with the Babylonian community.
Right.
That stayed in the Babylonian community.
Right.
They didn't come back.
Right.
They stayed there and then wrote the Talmud.
But much different authors, though, I would also say.
Much different authors, and sometimes belligerent almost.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, which one are we looking at? We're looking up the Sedrahid.
Yeah, Sanhedrin 58b is one of them.
58b. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me find that. Here we go. Here's Sanhedrin. Let me look up 58 and B, and then we'll.
You don't have to read all of them because some of them are a little sketchy.
Yeah, they get kind
of. Raish Lakish statement that a Gentile who observes the Sabbath is liable to death.
Well, okay, depends where they are, I guess. I don't know because we're gonna look and see what it says here because now a page of Talmud.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on there, and there's a lot of people. But sometimes,
right,
the person whose name it's written in, the rabbi, Rabbi such and such of blessed memory said this and whatever. So it also depends who's talking because a lot of times some of these guys just plain outright. There's some wild stuff going on there.
Yeah, and there's also arguments against these things. So there's the openness to argue in the Talmud.
So it looks like they're coming from Leviticus 18. Hold on. No. I'm sorry. That's okay. It is talking about Leviticus 18, then Exodus 20. But I want to find exactly where you're looking because Genesis 20 also. find it. See, because there's a lot of subjects
Oh, I
going
know. No,
on.
I know. There's many subjects, and it's very it's not all contiguous types of thoughts.
Here goes 20 again. Okay, let's see here what we've got. Okay. Don't want to marry your sister. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Rabbi Huna says a Gentile is permitted to marry his daughter. I think this is where they start getting into the Gentiles. So let me look through here real quick so I don't bore us with everything being said. And it's prohibited. I'm sorry. I think I said permit. He said, Rabbi Huna says that a Gentile is prohibited from marrying his daughter. And I know that the halakha, as Adam did not marry his daughter, the Gemara, the commentary on Mishnah's Gemara, rejects this statement. See, they're arguing with themselves many times.
Right. No, and that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we're getting into Cain. Did Cain marry his sister? No, he did not. Let's see here. Okay, now Rabbi Hista's got to get into the argument. He's talking about a Canaanite slave who needed to marry his mother. Okay, okay. Let's get to the meat of this. Let's find the derogatory stuff.
Look for Sabbath is one of them.
Okay, let me look down here. I don't think I passed that yet. Oh, here's the thing that was talking about your wife just a moment ago with you covered her hair in the marketplace.
Yeah.
And those who don't.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. We don't even want to talk about that. Let's see. Okay, a descendant of Noah. Okay, we don't want to talk about this either. Okay, let's see. Let's get to the Gentile stuff. Okay, here we go. We're entering Rava. Okay, let's see if there's any action for which a Jew is not deemed liable, but a Gentile is deemed liable. No, hold on. No. This is still dealing with. Hold on. I'm scrolling down the whole.
Yeah, no, I know. There's a lot there. Yeah. I wish I put the exact where it was, but
it's okay.
It's been years, and I was fighting on the side of the Jews, saying this is just one Jew's opinion.
Oh, this might. Yeah. You get even 4 or 5 here that are talking, and some of them in the name of their rabbi. So there are probably a few hundred people that agree with their rabbi's statements, or they want to expand on it, include hatred of Gentiles or whatever. Yeah, you're going to see that. They didn't have a very good stay there, and why they stayed, well, I don't know, but not everybody came back. They say I'm trying to remember now, but almost 50% of the people stayed.
Right.
That's a lot of people. Where are they now? Up until more recent times, up until 100 years ago, there were lots of Hebrew or Jewish people all over Iraq and Iran.
Oh yeah, they were kicked out by
Babylonian areas, former Babylonian, now Iraq, and okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find this faster. I'm sorry, this is taking so much time.
No.
That's all right. While he's looking for that, David, what you said about the ham reminded me of when we started doing Torah and Mom was here, and I told her, I said, because she was buying these, processed microwavable meals or whatever,
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, I hate to tell you this, but there's going to be no more pork products in this house.
Uh-oh.
And she says, well, I love my bacon and my sausage and this, that, and the other. I said, I don't care. It's not going to be in this house anymore. And we also had to train her caretaker, because she would go to the grocery store for her. And I told her, I said, you need to read the labels, because if it has any pork products in it whatsoever, it does not come in this house.
Right.
And a couple times, we had to look, and
Hey,
sure enough,
we,
there's a pork product in it. So
oh
we
yeah,
chucked it.
we stopped eating Jello because of the horse.
Yep.
You know. Anyways, I think Valentine's found something.
I found it. I found the one you were quoting here. Okay, so this is uh, Reish Lakish says a Gentile who observes Shabbat is liable to receive the death penalty, as it is stated, and day and night uh, shall not cease. Genesis 8:23, which literally means, in the words of this rabbi, which
Yeah.
literally means, and the day and night shall not rest. Okay, and this is interpreted homiletically to mean that the descendants of Noah may not take a day of rest. And the master said, the master of Kish, says in 57a, the two pages over,
Yeah.
that the prohibition is their death penalty, i.e., the punishment for any prohibition with regard to the sentence of Noah is execution. Ravina, we've got to argue about this, right? Okay. Ravina now wants to comment, is the descendant of Noah observes the day of rest of any day of the week, even one not set aside for religious worship on, let's say, a Monday, Yom Shani,
Yeah.
okay, he is liable. Well, and then it goes on to say, well, the Gemara challenges this, but let the Tana count this prohibition among the 7 Noahide mitzvot. See,
Yeah.
I would go there. That other stuff that gets so extreme, it's like, well, what court of Jewish, let's say rabbinical court,
Yeah.
that has so many Gentiles in their proximity that
Yeah.
are going to fall under their jurisdiction? Basically, they can declare a death penalty all they want. They're not going to put anybody to death
No, no, I
because
understand that.
they're in the
Yeah.
minority.
But I was
You
just trying
wouldn't
to
think
figure
that
out
reading
what
it.
what what was the logic for them saying that, and I still don't get it after you read it. But that's just me.
Well, a couple of them, two of
Okay.
them I saw. Let me go back to this, back up here. The penalty of death, in parentheses here, our quotes, is also talking about the death of the soul, the the neshama. You
Uh,
know that they are basically declaring upon them the death of their soul if they are to partake of Shabbat.
okay.
And I don't, I mean, again, let's put into context where these people are.
Yeah.
They're the minority. And
Mhm.
even though they can govern themselves there, okay, um, you're not going to go out and kill a non Jew just because
No.
they partook of Shabbat.
Right.
I mean, if anything, commend them. They're giving credence to your
Trying to climb
your
the gate.
rules and regulations and your thoughts, or maybe they live in a Jewish society and just they want to blend. They want to be, you know,
Yeah.
feel part of this. They are the stranger in the land if they're in that community. You know, I mean, even Rebbe Schneerson, um, the Moshiach, right? Even Rabbi Sturson um, in Brooklyn there would have lots of people come in and partake in Shabbat that weren't
Yeah.
Jewish. He would
Yes.
even give them a dollar bill when they left, like he did everybody, so they would have a blessing, so they could give tzedakah, so they could give charity.
Mm.
So you couldn't convince me that he believed
No. No. I agree.
Rabbi, what was it, Laksha? Yeah, Reish Lakish, sorry, and
Lakeith.
Rabbi Eliezer here. That's some problematic stuff, but that's what the whole Gemara is. It is literally an argument
Yeah.
with people that can't even defend their argument, because what I mean is
Yeah.
the people they're arguing with died like 400 years before, or 150 years, or
Yeah.
maybe
So they're arguing with the dead.
I
Sure.
mean, they're just arguing about this stuff, and I don't blame them for that. And it's okay to argue with the sentiment or the ruling of a rabbi who lived before. That happens all the time. We're not in the day and age of Gemara or Talmud, but I guarantee you everything like that with the big boys is written down, and they hold fast to it. It is serious business in Israel, and when a major rabbi declares something, it's as good as Torah. It's as good as law in
Yeah.
that community. To
Yeah.
some other community, they might go, "Oh
Yeah.
yeah, well I had lunch with him one time," and I mean, they,
And you, and in his questions and answers, you made him feel you asked him a difficult question,
you did, yeah.
like
Oh,
you
that
did.
that one rabbi, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I wasn't trying to embarrass him.
No.
If I thought that that would embarrass him, I would not have opened my mouth. I mean,
Sure.
keep in mind also that the Talmud declares that you shall not embarrass somebody. Well, then why do people try to do that? I mean, that's not good. That's not kosher. That's not
Hmm.
halakhically. I mean, you can't find a justification for trying to embarrass or humiliate or treating somebody like that with some kind of disrespect. As a matter
Yeah.
of fact, there are special blessings for non-Jewish kings, princes, governors, and people we might call presidents.
Yeah.
There are blessings that a person who is we'll call it connected or
Right.
maybe they're Cohen or whatever they are. I'm
Right.
not Cohen, so doesn't apply to me. But there are still the blessings that you would give to that person of high uh, standing, and they don't have to be royal. They could just be like a president or
Right.
whatever. So and they might come to your house for Shabbat.
Yeah.
They could do that. I mean,
Yeah.
uh, I don't get it, but yeah, there are people who they'll quote this stuff, and I'm going to look up the rest of those too that
Yeah.
you
Well, we're
stated.
just like I say. I think we're going to kind of come to the same conclusions on all of them. That it was somebody who said it, and it was. So I know it's not practice because we were doing business with a big company in Israel. I won't say their name, and the man who I was working with, his fiance was one of Netanyahu's lawyers, and lived two houses away from Netanyahu, and Patty and I were asked to come and do Sabbath at their house. So I mean, and
Very cool.
you know,
Yeah.
it's like, wow. You know, you find yourself in places in life where you can't imagine you would be, in your life that you wouldn't even if you tried to do that, you couldn't. It's just what happens, when you're there, and we did some really good work. But anyways, I like to be able to discuss this with people who are anti-Semites and who are anti-Jewish, and we have a in United Israel now it's called the David Horowitz Memorial Society, and we have a group on WhatsApp where we discuss anti-Semitism in the world today with some Israelis and Dr. Tabor, Ross, me, and Ralph Bunton, and we talk openly about how can we address these issues, and you don't want to get into a locked argument with these people because they don't care, but what are the other things that we can do? And one of them is we push out the good things that so it's slipped beyond anti-Israel. It's really anti-Semitism, and then you remind them of some of the Jews that have done some things, like you know, I this guy was stunned. I said he was a very right wing Christian, hates the Jews, America first kind of guy, and I said to him, I said, "Isn't that song God Bless America a beautiful song? It's one of the greatest songs ever written." He said it was written by a Jew.
Who?
Sorry, sorry. How about White Christmas?
White Christmas, Steven Berlin.
Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah, those damn
Yeah.
Jews. You don't want to sing those songs anymore.
Oh
And
man.
you know
Kind of puts a damper on the whole thing, doesn't
it
it?
does, and it's like Tucker Carlson and all these people have gone batshit crazy,
Yeah.
and you can't even like listen anymore. And I just I'm very very saddened by what's happening, in the world today, and it's become more acceptable with young people. Which when I was young, there was no such thing as anti. We didn't even think, anti. What does the word anti-Semite even mean? You know what I mean? We had Jewish friends, and
Sure.
and so for me, uh, it, it was anti-Semitism was there, absolutely. It was kind of under the it's like any kind of prejudice is done behind the scenes. It doesn't matter what it is. You could be anti-black, you could be anti-woman, you could be anti-Asian, and it's behind the scenes, and people say it. And sometimes it comes out, But right now, I think anti-Semitism had been a lot more undercover than it is today, is all I'm saying. And now it's like these young kids, they don't even know. We asked a kid, we were in New York, from the river to the sea, what does that mean? He goes, I can't tell you what it means. You have to go talk to to the protest organizers. Oh, so you're at a protest saying these words that you can't even explain? I'm just saddened by that.
You know what though? I will I'll tell you something. I'm not going to apologize for being Jewish. I'm not going to apologize for Israel.
No,
I'm not going to be put on the defensive.
no.
Personally, though, and I've said this to my friends in America that are Jewish, I said, you guys have made a very bad mistake. And here's the mistake. And here is why the problem, I think, has risen up in the last few years, because this is a federal hate crime.
Yes.
And instead of recognize, they won't recognize themselves as a minority,
Right.
which we are,
By
but they
far.
won't do that.
No.
And they don't want to address, oh, well, there's hate crime or hate speech. And that is the problem.
Yeah.
That is the problem. And if there's anything that just irritates me, it is this, that they should have said, we're not going to accept this. And universities and all this, we're not going to accept this.
Right.
This is hate speech, and we're going to push for your prosecution and single people out.
Right.
And go for it. I mean,
Right.
hit it hard, because I
Yeah.
know this, money talks. And
Oh,
you
yeah.
get somebody who either gets like a 5-year sentence or has like a $200,000 fine. They're not going to do it anymore. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, you know what? I was wrong. I'm sorry.
It'll
No, no,
slow
no,
it
no.
down. Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they didn't want to do that. And
Right.
I told my wife at the time, they are screwing up bad.
Yeah.
Because when this happens, you let somebody talk about members of the black community like that.
Right.
You wouldn't get away with that.
You can't.
It's
You
because
shouldn't.
it's
No. Yeah.
not right.
Right.
And use, language that just shouldn't do.
Right.
And you think somebody wouldn't take that in as a hate crime? Well, not only should they, but you bet they would. Well,
Yeah.
I think this is where the Jewish population of America, which unfortunately are extremely liberal.
Yeah.
I don't really get into
No, I know.
politics, but I can tell you, I am not one of those people, even when I lived there. And and I'll tell you, I've always voted for people who sided with Israel. Let's put
Right.
it that way.
Yeah.
And I cannot even imagine
Right.
why some of my friends and probably my rabbi voted for people
Oh,
who would go
don't even.
out of their way
Oh my God, I know.
to destroy Israel if they could.
Right.
And I'm not an enemy of anybody, but I tell you what, I was on people's bad list. I was blacklisted even, I can tell you that,
Yeah.
for things that I said to them. And just like, look, it comes down to this. You're Jewish
Yeah.
and you're part of Israel. Don't vote for these people that want to condemn or ridicule or create hate for Israel. Don't do
Right.
that. And
Right.
don't keep doing it. And once they prove and they go out of their way
Right.
over and over and over, stop. Okay, don't call yourself a Republican if you don't want to, but just
Yeah.
quit voting for these people. I
Right.
just, and I don't get it. And it's like, speak up. Go. What do you
Right.
need? Do
Right.
you need a Holocaust to happen to speak
Mm-hmm.
up and say, never
Mm-hmm.
again? No, get up off your butt. Go talk with the people who can go and prosecute these people. Find them singly, find them corporately, find them in a
Sure.
group, and go after them. No, they don't want to do that because they don't want to admit they're a minority group and they don't want, well, we're just ignoring it. You
Yeah.
can't do that.
No, if you ignore it, it's only going to get bigger.
History's proven that. And I'll
Yeah.
tell you, if Israel, I can't say for certain that Israel has nuclear weapons, but I can say this: if people didn't believe we had them, they would have done a whole lot more against Israel. But there comes a point, and President Nixon wrote this, where when in the Yom Kippur War,
Yeah.
when they came and attacked yet again
Right.
Egypt and Syria,
Mm-hmm.
there came a point where President Nixon, through Kissinger, was telling, okay, let's just hold on, we'll see what we can do. Well, what did she do? She had these Air Force hangars roll out these missiles, roll them out in full view of all the satellite stuff up there. And as soon as they saw that, they're like, hold on, what do you need? We'll help you. We'll give you this and that. And it did. And Nixon called um, our first, what? Hold on, what? Prime Minister, gold in my ear. I knew I'd
Oh
get
my
it. My
God!
wife helped me.
How could you? Oh, okay.
Calls her on the phone and says, "Look here, hold on. Let's not get drastic here." So that's what it takes. Now we know, and that was 50, 3 years ago. Now we know what it takes to get everybody's attention and
They
shut
only
everything down.
know force. They only know force,
That's exactly it.
and that's 100% the reason why Iran is doing what they're doing. But
Yeah,
hey, I appreciate all you said, and when we come to Israel, we'll definitely have to come to see you.
absolutely.
And Patty's
We'll
calling
go
me,
do
so
something.
I'm gonna hang up now.
I
But
got to go too. It's
love all
almost
of you
11
guys.
o'clock.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom, guys.
Thank you.
And,
Thank
and
you,
I'm
Todd
going
and
to get
Angel.
going too. Yeah, Todd and Angel are so cool. You guys host this thing and you're there and you're
You're
patient
great.
with people and loving and considerate. Great host and hostess.
I got
Ah,
something real quick before you go.
yes.
You said earlier about how the rabbis in Jerusalem were real somber compared to the ones in Tel Aviv, and
Yeah.
I have noticed that because we watch Jerusalem Walker a lot. We love the Mahain Market, and
Oh,
when he
yeah.
walks through there, we just love it. But every rabbi I see looks like he's pissed off at the world,
They
and
got a
I
lot on
find
their
that
mind.
fascinating. There's only
They got,
one I've seen that did not look like that, and I've seen him on there twice, and that was Tovia
oh,
Singer, who was on
Tony
there. I mean,
Singer.
he didn't say anything. He just like walked by the guys. He was going to them, but he didn't have that look on him. But Tovia's not that kind of person either.
He is a whole other kind of person. I have a lot of respect for him. And I've listened to him speak for, oh man, probably 20 years, I guess. And I mean, even before he was popular, I liked what he had to say. And he's a good guy. But yeah, a lot of them, they get somber, and I can kind of understand in some ways they got a lot on their shoulders. They got to deal with stuff it's almost unbelievable. I can't say I agree with a lot of the things that they're in favor of. A lot of the rabbis are responsible for the heavy protests by the Orthodox community down in Jerusalem, and that's really too bad because you need unity. You need You need unity. I mean, that's part of the whole thing. We were talking earlier about the salvation thing.
Right.
The whole point is that Israel becomes unified, and at that point, then they bring the light back, the Shekinah back, and the whole world can benefit from that light. And without that unity, that is, not only are you not going to see Mashiach ben David, the Davidic Messiah, stand on the Temple Mount, but you're not going to even see people be able to pull it together in the Jewish community. Now, there have always been religious and more secular, and Israel is largely secular, but they'll still do the stuff. You know, it's just a whole other thing. But there's got to be that unity. And this somber guys, I understand they got a lot going on, and they got to lead hundreds, if not thousands, of people, and that's a large responsibility. I can't even imagine. But yeah, it's like smile. I can. Oh gosh, where is it? There's a place in the Talmud that literally says, "Your smile is a blessing to others." And I one time quoted that to a rabbi that told me, "You smile too much." I said, "Because it says in the Talmud." But I had it written on my wallet, and I pulled it out and I read it to him. And he was a bit annoyed with me, but he says, "Hey, and while I'm thinking of something, there's something I need to correct. A few months ago, it sounded like I was maybe being negative about the Karaite people that say they're Karaite Jews. And I think it was in regards to Nehemiah Gordon, who I think is a fabulous person. I have nothing bad to say about him. But I think the way I wrote the note was, oh yeah, the only Karaite Jew that I've heard about in, 200 years or something. And I want to correct that because I thought about what I said. I literally wrote it down. And so I want to tell you right now, I've looked this up, and there are at least 20,000, maybe more, maybe less, Karaite Jews in Israel. And some people would even estimate it higher than that, but I found that it's at least that. And recently I went to Haifa to, unfortunately, the funeral of a soldier that died in Lebanon, and his funeral was there in Haifa. He was a highly decorated soldier, and there were hundreds and hundreds of people at his funeral. But I'm bringing that up because right next to where I was standing, like I could have thrown a baseball and hit a wall, that is the Karaite cemetery there in Haifa. It's over by what's called Hof Carmel. The Haifa beach is called Hof Carmel, means beach Carmel, because that's where the end of the mountain comes down. Carmel, Mount Carmel. But anyway, the graveyard is there, and I want to say that there are a lot of Karaites that I found this out that live in Israel. And there are even Karaite synagogues. And my statement was just not right because there are a lot of them. And I do think that some of them have become Karaite. Like I know that Nehemiah Gordon actually has a beautiful Jewish education, have gone to he went to yeshiva. He knows his stuff inside and out, no question about it. And he seems like a genuinely nice guy too. And a lot of the Karaites have had religious school, maybe not to the extent of Nehemiah Gordon. But my point with this is that some of them, I think, by looking at the things that they do, maybe they became Karaite because they wanted to interact like we're doing right now. Because there's a lot of Jewish people and a lot of rabbis that would not like some of the things that I've said today or other days. And I know that. And I mean, it's talking about being ostracized. Boy, I mean, it would be bad, but that's okay because everything I've said, I either think or believe or can say I've read these things, I've seen them, I've had experience with them. I'll go with that. And I think a lot of Karaites, which I'm not a Karaite, but a lot of Karaites have gone to that Karaite position so they can have interactions because otherwise their communities would not allow that. They'd be alienated and that'd be it. And so I just wanted to say that because I thought that sounded kind of negative and I didn't mean it to sound that way. I think he is the most famous Karaite since the ones that were about 200 years ago, and one of them found the Geniza there, and which is the kind of like a grave room for Torah scrolls and texts and parchments because you can't tear it up or throw it away. You've got to bury it because it's a living document because it's a Hebrew Torah text or whatever it is, and so that's why they found in that Geniza all those documents. And if those people had known that's what they were going to do was to dig them out, they would have never let them in the door. But because of that, we have so many of these thousands of documents. So the Karaites have definitely added a lot to our knowledge of Torah and other writings that are holy and to the Jewish people. And so they do not deserve to be dismissed with, well, it's the only Karaite that I know of.
Now,
That sounded so negative.
Karaites completely reject oral tradition. Is that correct? The Talmud?
Yeah, they disregard the Mishnah, which is the oral law, and they absolutely reject the Talmud. I think they're okay with the Midrash because the Midrash is kind of relating the Torah in a way that people at that time, which when it was current, it was very helpful because a lot of people didn't have the Hebrew base to be able to even understand what was being said. So the Midrash helped them. And it's still regarded. I mean, I talk about Midrash a lot because it's so wonderful. Anyway, so it's just kind of like relating that in a updated language so that people could understand the Torah concepts. So that's Midrash.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Nehemiah's dad, or when he was growing up, his dad was like an Orthodox rabbi or something like that, which might explain why he's a Karaite now.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to question why he became Karaite.
Well, he's
I
done
got
videos on that. That he
has
became
he
a
okay.
Karaite because a lot of the oral stuff traditions disagree with what the text says.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
he was actually the first person I ever heard say that he believes Yeshua was a Karaite.
That's possible.
Never thought of that. I don't know because I'd have to look it up, but I think I have some. Maybe I'll look at my bookshelf, but I have some information that might suggest that actually Yeshua was quoting Mishnaic scripture, and certainly his presence in Jerusalem during Hanukkah would indicate, because I mean, nobody, I'm not doubting anyone's sanity, but nobody would want to go down to Jerusalem in December unless you are fully committed to partaking in the Hanukkah festivities down there in the first century, as they were. So I think he was absolutely doing that when he has the interactions with some of the Cohen, some of the priests in the temple courtyards and stuff like that. Because really, you wouldn't want to spend that many days walking down there with that many people and get to Jerusalem, especially not just to argue, especially not when you know they're going to argue with you. So maybe he was. I don't know. I don't know that, but I do know that there's some things that have been shown that would suggest that he was leaning on the Mishnah because it doesn't exist. Some of the things that he said doesn't exist in Torah, but they are in Mishnah. So he's definitely quoting from Mishnaic sources, but really important to remember, like him and other people of his time, first century, all this was committed to memory. The whole Torah was committed to memory. And when they were children, they would start studying, and by the time they were a bar mitzvah, by the time they were 13, they were ready to accept the covenant. They were that's what they were doing by bar mitzvah. I mean, it's not just a thing you do, it is your position. I'm bar mitzvah, but I never had a bar mitzvah when I was a kid. But the main rabbi that had a lot of rabbis didn't have bar mitzvahs, but they are bar mitzvah, which means a son of the covenant. And they take the responsibility of that. You have to be very careful. You can't just like willy-nilly throw stuff out, which is why I try to be really careful with what I say and what things I use as sources. But as far as Karaite, I don't know. I don't even know how far back Karaites go. That's something to look up. I don't know that. He
was always correcting them on their oral traditions and their oral laws, and he was
Sure.
correcting them with what Torah said.
Yeah.
I think that's why Nehemiah thinks he was a Karaite.
I've never heard of it, but I never thought of it either. It never even crossed my mind. But see, there were other parts of Judaism that don't even exist now at that time. I mean, now we have mostly Ashkenazi and then Sephardic, groups, but those are the main two. But there are, like next door to me are people from Ethiopia. They got separated from the body of the Hebrew people before the Talmud was ever written. They don't know of it. You could say there are quasi-Karaite, and they're called Beta Israel, and they are fully accepted. And matter of fact, my neighbor, a young man, I've known them since they were teenagers, he and his brother, and now I'm helping him develop his music and going to get him some recording stuff done so he can pursue his singing that he loves doing. He loves reggae. So, but anyway, Beta Israel, and that's just one of several groups. So, but in the first century, there were several other groups. You had the school, we talked about this earlier, the School of Hillel, School of Shammai. Those guys, man, you talk about fighting, you could get violent. And of course, just so we know, School of Hillel was very much about, okay, love Hashem and love your neighbor as yourself. That sums up, you remember the standing on one foot thing. That sums up Hillel. Shammai, okay, here you go. Jesus walks into a town not very far from here, and at that moment, they are dealing with a situation that has arisen. And the situation is there's a woman, and she has been accused of adultery. That's a big deal as a stoning offense in that time. And so that means you have to have two witnesses, two people who actually saw it, okay? Now, my first question is, where's the guy who was involved with this? That's a whole other separate situation because men were allowed concubines and subwives at the time. It gets complicated. but the woman was taken in adultery, right? Okay, so Yeshua arrives. He's well known. He's a rabbi, and so they're going to ask his opinion, because that's what you do when a rabbi comes into town. They help a rabbi. A rabbi is a judge, and a rabbi is counsel and helps teach. That's what they do. They teach and they judge. No matter who they are, that's what they do, even in the first century. So he comes into town, and so they said, okay, Rabbi, we got this situation here. What do you say? And remember this, whatever that rabbi says, that's it. That's what you have to do. Okay? So there's no choice. Once you put in the rabbi's hands, whatever he says, that's what you're going to do. So Jesus says, right? He says, well, whoever hasn't done this or thought of this or participated in some way in this, you cast the first stone. So, okay. And I think it says, if I'm not mistaken, from the older to the younger, they just left her alone. She's there. And he tells her, okay, so go and don't do it again. Right? Now I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But let's say Shammai walked into that town. Well, he'd have said, stone her. And I'm going to make sure you do it. I'm going to stand here until you do it. You're the people of the town. It's your responsibility. You know the law. Stone her. Hillel would have said, well, wait a minute. Maybe there's extenuating circumstances. Where's her husband? Has he been fulfilling his conjugal responsibilities that are spelled out in Halakha? They are spelled out specifically, and maybe it could even have been she wasn't fulfilling his conjugal responsibilities, or maybe he wasn't pleasing her in that. These are all things that could have provided her with a divorce in that rabbinic court we were talking about earlier. So he would have maybe said, so what's that situation? You really want to get into this? We'll get into it, but here it is. And Shammai would have stoned her. I'm going to make sure you do it, because that's what the law says. See, that's that right there sums up those two schools in one way. I mean, there's a lot more examples we could use, but that one's good. And that one, you have Jesus giving a ruling. And so as long as we understand, he's a rabbi, he's regarded as this. So whatever he says, you're going to have to do it. Once you ask him for his halakha on it, his way of interpreting the law, then that's what it's going to be. So it doesn't matter what anybody else thought, or the local authorities, or the head council of the people. That's what they're going to do, because the rabbi judges and teaches, even today. That's what they do.
That's an interesting take, because the whole stoning thing, I think there's another message in that too that I had always thought was why he said that. But when he said, let the person without sin cast the first stone.
Yeah, I paraphrased it. Sorry.
Basically saying, well, but to me, it seems like he's basically saying, anybody here who's righteous enough, you can throw the first stone. And nobody did. Because they knew that he knew they were still sinners. And why would you stone somebody for something when you're a sinner yourself?
Yeah, I would put to that they are speaking specifically of adultery, and so the sin is that one specifically, and so it's not like anybody who has, if you haven't done this or you've done that, no, he's really talking about either participating in, or at least mentally participating, or people. But see, a tzaddik, and he wasn't the only one, but a tzaddik would look at the situation and say, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, and walk away from it. So the wiser, maybe the older, I don't know, but the wiser for sure would just say, no. And younger people who were just like, yeah, let's stone her, or whatever they were thinking. I'm not trying to put words in their mouth. But then they realized that the Sadiqim have left. And so what's left? Just the young, impetuous people? All right, leave her alone. Let's go.
Shabbat Shalom, Valentine taught everybody, Angel. Okay, the stoning, why just a woman?
That's what I began with. It's like, where's the man?
Yes.
He was caught,
Exactly.
and there had to be two witnesses.
According to the Torah, aren't they both supposed to be judged?
See,
Yes.
there you go.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it even happened to begin with, for the simple fact that, thou shalt not kill. Well, and here he's telling them, well, whoever was without sin can throw the first stone. Well, he's advocating murder. And I don't think that's actually how that went down. Of course, it's also a separate story because we have a Hebrew copy of John, and that story is also in Matthew. And I find that interesting that the copies that we have now, I think it's Matthew no longer has it in there, but it was in John, and supposedly. It was a story that was not in John to begin with. It was a story that somebody had written down, and that's also what makes me wonder a little bit. Well, he's kind of advocating murder.
Well, but no, see, it's justice. That's the whole thing to remember. When it is justice, even if it's taking the life of somebody even by stoning, that's not murder. Murder is you go and you covet somebody's thing and you kill them, and if nothing else, you kill them. Maybe you take their thing or whatever. But
that's what David was guilty of.
And so that's murder, and this is justice. And so whatever the rabbi was going to say, because he's also called master, if you remember, and master means master of Torah law. So when he came into town, he's the guy. We go to him. He's going to tell us what to do. Here's the situation. Yeah. Where's the man that was found with her? What's that situation? Well, first century, it sounds, forget the sexism. It's all there. Okay. I mean, it's all there and documented.
I think it was a setup, if you ask me, because when they bring the woman to him, and they said, this woman was caught in the very act of adultery.
That means two witnesses.
Yeah,
two
Moses
people
wrote that she's to be stoned to death. Now, what do you say?
Right.
And
but that's because she's the rabbi.
Yeah. But
that's
these
why.
are also the priests and Pharisees bringing them to him.
They were always testing Yeshua.
Yeah, always testing him.
Well, but please remember that any rabbi that would have come into that town, or any reputable rabbi, someone who had disciples with them and he's a renowned teacher or whatever, a known person for that, they're going to be asked all kinds of things. Well, how long does this wine need to sit before it's kosher? What about this? They're asked all kinds of stuff. This story stays in somehow, which is good, because it gives us an excellent example of what we began with. The rabbi teaches and judges. So that's not unusual. And if they had all picked up stones and stoned the young woman or older woman or whatever she was, then that would have unfortunately been the justice, and that's not murder. And you don't have to agree with me. I'm just saying halakhically, that's what it was. But the main thing to get out of this is not the poor woman who we don't know the extenuating circumstances. We feel compassion for her, but we don't know what or why. Maybe, we don't know. So, but it didn't matter to him. He's taking into consideration that there are extenuating circumstances, and what other person here for this sin hasn't participated in some way in that sin. Oh my goodness. Are they admitting they've committed adultery by walking away? Wait a minute. There are two witnesses standing there. They've got to stand there. They got to give their testimony. to at least a council, and they've got to witness her being stoned if that's what's going to happen. It doesn't mean that's always what's going to happen. Some people are just sent away. But here you see an excellent example of that rabbinic judgment that has to stand. And I think it's an amazing thing. Again, perspective, Jewish perspective on a story, and people can take the story wherever they want, but not mishnaically, but halakhically, that's what happens, and that happened a lot. But
I
yeah,
would
Miriam
love to
had
know
some.
what he wrote in the dirt.
What did he write in the
Yeah,
dirt? What do you think he wrote in
exactly.
the dirt?
I
Huh?
I got a couple of theories. One, maybe he was writing out their sins in the dirt.
Maybe.
Or is it possible that he was writing the verse of Torah of what he was getting ready to say?
That's what I think you got it right there.
He
Yeah.
was writing out the names of their girlfriends, is what he was writing.
I have
Oh.
a question. What
Yeah.
what is it that makes you think they were all guilty of the same sin as the woman?
No, I think what he was saying, and I'm basing this on what the story actually tells us, that from the eldest to the youngest, they left, right? And there's something like that.
Yeah.
But the eldest is also including those that are tzaddik, those who are righteous. And you can't just think there's one righteous guy, and that's this guy. You got to know there are lots of righteous people, the tzaddikim as they're called, and they have to be in the community. If not for them, there wouldn't be a community. And so they hear his judgment, and they realize the wisdom in it, and they also realize that what he's actually saying is, look, people engage in things even in their minds. That makes you guilty. We know this because we also know that Jesus said, if you look upon a woman with lust, you're committing adultery. He's really laying it out there in the way that he approaches this thing. So he's saying to them, those of you who are without this sin, you cast the first stone, and just left it to them to deal with this. And they had to be true. I mean, it would be murder if they just wanted to kill somebody. And this was just an opportunity to, I don't know who would be that savage, but in today's day and age, maybe, but not then, because it's Kol Israel, Arevus, Zevazeh. It means all of Israel is responsible for all of Israel. I'm responsible for any Jewish person, and they're responsible for me. If they see that I'm not doing things right, or I'm missing it somehow and maybe misleading them, then it's their responsibility to come to me and say, hey, you need to tell me why you said this, or show me, or let's talk about this and get this straight. Kol Arevus, Zevazeh. Kol Israel Arevus, Zevazeh. Arvus means the responsibility of one Hebrew nation person to another, let's say, because they weren't all Jewish until a certain point, and so that's the whole thing with this. This goes back to Moses, and let's also say that it is that Arvis that gives the tzaddik the reason that he will be willing to go through horrible things to help his people to gain merit in the world to come. That's another part of it we could talk about sometime. Probably not at 12:30 at 11:30 at night, but it's so important because it explains a whole lot of what's happening with him going to Jerusalem when he knows that it's going to be the last time he goes to Jerusalem. He knows that. He doesn't have to be psychic or mystical or anything else. He knows that they're going to find a way to kill him, and he goes down there. He knows that. He tells them. And yet he's going anyway. And this is called the merit of the tzaddik. And I have never heard preachers talk about this. I've heard a lot of people talk about a lot of stuff, but this concept is a Jewish concept. And it's not my opinion. This goes back hundreds and hundreds of years, where when rabbis were talking about it, they would look, the Ramchal wrote a whole book about it, thick book, and I can show it to you. Matter of fact, I've argued that with a rabbi at a table with another guy who was very nasty tempered, and it was his book, and I showed it to him in his book, and they just sit there looking at me. Nobody wanted to argue with me about it. Not because they didn't want to argue, but because I proved my point with them, because it's an ancient concept. And it comes back to that Kol Israel, all of Israel, Arevus, meaning responsible for each other. Zeh v'zeh. Each means Zeh is like you, and I'm the other Zeh. So we're responsible for each other, kind of thing. And not kind of thing, but exact thing. And so I think out of all the people I've heard write about this concept, the Ramchal was the best. And I can even tell you the book, Derek Hashem, The Path of God. And chapter 3, I think, if you're interested. And you can get an English and Hebrew copy. It was translated in 1995, I think. One of the ones I have of that is that. Brother's Keeper, says Charles Sutton. Okay, but yeah. Am I my brother's keeper? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, those are interesting thoughts, and but some other time I'll even bring some things and send it to you ahead of time so you can see what I'm talking about. But
Okay.
Largely, the reason that I even met Tabor, and not met and present, because never shook hands with him, but the reason I was interested in talking with him and getting to know him is I wanted to see if he would actually talk about that. That right there, I think, is the crux of all of what we were talking about earlier, this whole salvation thing. And I think I've dug myself into a giant spaghetti bowl full of or a worm can, or something. But really, it's one of the most important things. And I've never heard preachers or people in Christianity talk about it. I'm like, well, then how do you think that works? What is it that you think works? How come somebody goes down to Jerusalem and gets killed, and how does that help his people in the world to come? How do you think that works? There's got to be a Jewish mode and method to it somewhere. They didn't just make it up, or it wasn't special to one person. It's the whole thing. Remember, we were talking a few weeks ago about Yisurin, difficulties, or things happening to that tzaddik, that people could latch on to that tzaddik and have a place in the world to come, merit in the world to come. This is the language that's used. I'm certainly not making it up, and I certainly wouldn't be talking about it if I wasn't sure about it. But this is what is the concept. And it wasn't just Yeshua doing it. He seems to be the most famous, I guess, Jewish person. But, and of course, the only one I'm aware of that religion was made of, but that's okay. It conveyed to billions of people this concept, even if they don't understand the Jewishness of the concept. Anyway. Oh my goodness. Well, anyway, and I hope I didn't upset anybody or confuse anybody or anything like that. Well, I'm going to send you, I'm just going to send you, Todd, the thing I'm talking about, and you can look at it for yourself, and however you want to look at it. I have no stake in that, except that see my hair poking around here, sorry. Except that is expected of a tzaddik. That is expected of the people of Israel. That is what the we were talking what a week ago. Isaiah 53 is talking about, and it takes special people to be willing to endure such physical, mental, spiritual trauma for the sake of others. But that's what's being dealt with, even there in like Isaiah 53, and certainly some other places. But that's probably the most famous. And it's not just for Mashiach, but it is for Mashiach, but it's also for the people of Israel. And when they do, and there are difficulties, or there is something as horrible as the Holocaust, it brings those sparks of the Shekinah, the sparks of holiness, the light back. And then look what happened immediately after the Holocaust. The nation of Israel becomes the nation, just like prophesied in the Tanakh. There's a nation born in one day. There's, all this, that language that they use. Amazing. And it's amazing the time we live in, and how amazing that we are all sitting here talking about this and can talk and use this dialogue and think about these concepts, whether you agree with them or not. You don't have to agree with anything I say. I'm perfectly willing to show you where I find this and what this means, and it is something that you will not hear most rabbis talk about. But if they talk about it, they're probably going to have a similar opinion as mine, because that's what it says. And so anyway, it's ancient. It goes back to ancient times. So anyway.
Go on to bed, man.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you for sharing all of that.
You're welcome.
It's really interesting to hear the Jewish perspective on things, and
yeah,
traditional Hebrew perspective.
It makes sense, and yeah. So good deal. Oh yeah, I am going to go to bed. It is 11:35, and it is. I'm not sleepy, but I'm going to go to bed anyway. But you guys have a
I'm
good
sleepy enough for both of us.
day. What time is it there?
4:30.
4:30.
Oh my gosh, you guys have been at it a long time today. I'm sorry if sometimes I get excited about things. I mean,
no, don't be sorry. We're happy to have you, and we're happy to listen to everything you have to say.
Jewish people.
Like last weekend, we still had Betty and JJ and Baxter on here, and I think it was 6:30, 7 o'clock before we finally shut it down.
Wow. Wow. I didn't know how long you guys did all that, but that is so cool. What a blessing that you provide and host this, and that everybody comes together and talks. And what I was saying, sorry, is sometimes I talk too much. I just get excited about stuff. You have to understand something too. I've studied stuff like this my whole life, and you have to be careful who you talk to. So I can talk with rabbis. I can talk with people who study at yeshiva. I can hold my own with them, no problem. But here, of course, most of the conversations are beyond my ability to explain, like I'm doing in English, because these are things they could run circles around me with. But and we look at the same books. But it's also really exciting to be able to share things with people that are interested, even if you don't agree with me. It's okay. It doesn't hurt my feelings. But it's interesting. It's thought provoking. It's good for the soul, because we can read the same passage in Hebrew, and the original Hebrew has no vowels, and you could find 3 or 4 ways of looking at one of these scriptures and think, wow, I wonder which one's right. Well, maybe they're all right.
I love going back to the Paleo Hebrew and seeing, all the different possibilities of one verse, of what one verse can say, just based on what the letters say, because there were no vowels when it was originally written.
Right. You got it.
And every letter has a definition. Basically, every letter is a picture.
There you go. Yeah.
And
Yeah, exactly.
we kind of think in pictures anyway, being artists, and I'm sure you do too. Um, and I just really love that. I actually used a lot of Paleo Hebrew in the way,
I
the
love
book that we wrote.
Paleo Hebrew. I love that. Yes. And perfect way to um, transmit and think about Ivrit, Hebrew. And just remember this, when you're studying Hebrew, what does Ivrit mean? Ivrit means Hebrew, okay, right? That's what it's called in Hebrew is Ivrit. Okay. So what does that mean? That means the other side. You are going to the other side of whatever this is, or not in a bad place, but Abraham was Abram the Ivrit. He was from the other side. Whatever that means, it's a good thing. And
Yeah,
you're there.
I use Lek Lekha a lot, especially in my
Oh,
my Rise group that I lead on Thursdays,
yeah.
because I just love that concept that he was walking to himself, not to who he was then, but to who the Father knew he could be.
Wow. Wow. That's, see, I told you before, you're a rabbi angel, you got it. That's probably the best thing said all day that I've heard. That's good stuff. And see, you got it. And what I love about Paleo Hebrew, it's so ancient. You're looking at letters that Moses looked at, You're looking at you're thinking about things in the same kind of way that the ancient Hebrew people were looking at it. And it takes you to some other side, which is a good thing. And even Jesus, remember what he said? He tells his disciples, go to the other side. Now they get in a boat. And he says, I'll come to you or something. I hope I'm not
Well,
misquoting that.
they
They
left
see a
the boat,
vision.
but he was still there.
Yeah. But what is the other side? Is it the other side of the lake? I've been to both sides of the lake. Maybe it's that. Or maybe it's some other, maybe the other side being, look at this in Hebrew, because the other side means Ivri, which is Hebrew. It's just a thought, just
Interesting.
throwing it out there.
I never
Oh,
considered that.
you
Yeah.
hang around with me, I'm going to tell you, I am sincere in everything I tell you. I am not going to try to make something out of nothing. There's enough of that in this world. But there's stuff to think about that gets so deep. It's you'll be like Angel the Kabbalist, by it's just like you're thinking so deep, like 10 layers down, and it's like people who play chess. I used to play chess decades ago, and you play chess and you're thinking 8 to 14 moves ahead sometimes, and some guys are able to do the whole game in their heads, and it's like that. You're going layers and layers, and you're just scratching the surface.
Yeah,
And
it's
you
just like an
said it
onion. Every
perfectly.
time you peel back one layer, there's always another one underneath.
It is.
And
It
it's making
never
you
gets
cry.
boring.
It does that sometimes too.
Does that. It does that. Well, guys, I'll go. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful week. Shavua Tov. When you get finished with Shabbat, enjoy Shabbat. It's a beautiful time, and we have participated in what you do in Shabbat anyway. You contemplate, or you meditate on these things, and you take a moment, take some breaths, and make them edify your soul. That's what it's there for. So if anything we talked about does that, then Baruch Hashem. It's been a great day then. And if nothing else, then it gives you something to at least think, man, that guy's from the other side, all right. Maybe
No,
you ought to stay there a
I
little bit.
love this because
Right.
where else can you get into a room full of people and hear different perspectives? Maybe you agree with them, maybe you don't. But
Yeah,
even if the ones that you don't agree with, they stretch your mind.
they
Mm-hmm.
do. They
Make you think.
do. And that's good. And you don't have to agree with everything. Sometimes I agree. Sometimes I think, I don't know. And, but it's okay. It's a valid opinion, no matter what that opinion is. And that's the best thing about it. And Hashem is with you and blessing you. And that's why we're all sitting here, because Hashem is in our lives and blessing us. And, and, if nothing else, we cut through some of the nonsense that I do hear out there. I watch videos on YouTube and I think, wow, he actually said that? Oh, man. Well, that takes guts. It's like, wait, excuse me. And I put in the comments, or I'll send somebody an email. Where do you get that? Could you just give me some background on what you're talking about? Yeah. I probably don't do that as much anymore, but I used to do that a lot. And but hey, you know what though? When you're dealing with Hebrew, you're expected to. If I can't show you where I found something or why I think something, then disregard what I'm saying, either completely or for whatever thing sounds weird. But you have to be able to show it. And that's the whole point right there. And that is being the son of the covenant kind of thing. You can't just throw stuff out there and expect people to agree with it or go with it, and certainly not to make it some theology. You got to prove where things are. You got to state it. And not when people are not willing to do that, I don't care if I agree with them or not. I don't listen to it. But that's a good thing about what we all talk about, is being able to share that. And I like that. That's really great.
I would love to hear your perspective on The Way.
On what?
On The Way, the book that we wrote, The Way.
Oh.
Show him the book.
I got to admit to you, I haven't read it. You did tell me about this book.
We did just write it.
You did just write it.
Just publish it, yeah.
Yeah, you told me you shared with us that you were going to.
It's pretty thick.
All right, so let me see something. Okay, I'm looking at it now, and I'm going to take a little screenshot so I can maybe find it. Is it? Okay, I got a screenshot of it now, so we can. So where is it? Is it in?
It's available on Amazon or in. It should be able to be ordered. I don't know how bookstores work there, but.
Okay.
It's available through bookstores too.
Okay, it looks pretty thick. It might take me a while to get through it.
It's like 300 or almost 400 pages.
I thought it was closer to 5.
I don't know.
So it's the Gospel of Angel and Todd then.
Yeah, it's the journey we've been on. I mean,
this is good.
It's been quite a journey.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. And I love that you're writing about it. That's really good. How amazing is that?
Oh, the way I figure it, we can talk to ourselves and amongst each other all day long, but the books that we write and publish, they're going to be out there forever.
There you go.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good to share this. This is really good. Well, I have nothing but admiration and good things to say about you, Todd and Angel, and the rest of you, and blessings to all of you. And now that it is 11:45, I am definitely going to go to bed soon. So have a blessed week. Blessings to you guys. And I really appreciate this room and talking with you and hearing from you and some of the things we talked. It's wonderful. So have a good week. Shabbat Shalom and Shavua Tov. Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Well, what else has anybody got? The life of the party just left.
That guy's pretty smart.
He is very smart.
Isn't it interesting to hear his take on, with the New Testament and everything? It puts it into more perspective to me. It makes me understand, okay, so that's why he did that. Interesting. Did any of us ever get that stuff in church?
No, not even close.
Not even scratching the surface there. All right.
This traveling Sadiq that concept that he's talking about right now,
Mm-hmm.
that's that's going to take a little contemplation on that. But it kind of lines up with some other things, kind of mirroring of what the original prophets used to do. They had a place where they lived, and then they traveled around and were judges also.
Huh.
The story from, well, starting with Samuel, the judges, or and going back. Um, isn't that what the judges did?
Yeah, I think so.
So I can see his point about that concept being there. I guess I need to think about more whether or not it was existent during the time of the priest or not.
Right.
What did you pick? What's your discernment on that, Todd?
I'm not sure how to explain it.
Now Val did mention that he's gotten into some arguments with some of the local rabbis over that issue.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not commonly accepted in some groups, and I've never heard of it before. Other than I thought that ended when the judges um, ended.
Well, I was kind of the same boat as you, but apparently there's more to it. Um, it is a lot to take in at one time, though. Because you're kind of like scratching your head, going, "Okay," because it's not the fact that I don't believe any of that, but it's just you now you're having to switch your whole concept around. It's like, well, I
Yeah,
always
I
thought
mean, what kind
this,
of
but
walk around
this makes
authority?
more sense, and you just I don't know. I have to sit on it for a while.
Did he say he was going to send you something?
Yeah, something out of that book that he was talking about. He'll probably, I don't know, on him, he'll probably send it to me here in the next 20 minutes or so. Usually when he's up late like that, he's like, "Oh, I'm going to bed now." Next thing I know, I'm getting 2 or 3 messages on Facebook from him.
I heard it.
And he
Well,
might he might wait till tomorrow, I'm sure. But
if he sends you anything on that either the one and then three underlings in the priestly orders,
uh huh,
or or if he sends you anything on that other concept, that traveling judge like Sadiq priest type,
right,
I'd 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 like to get a copy of that if he sends you anything along
okay,
those two lines.
I like to read it too.
okay, yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll text it to you.
I appreciate it, Todd. All right.
Anyway, well, if nobody has anything else,
Baxter, did you say you bought the way?
uh,
Hi.
oh yes,
Oh, well, thank you. We'd love to hear your thoughts also.
yeah. Hey, we actually know somebody bought the book. Anyway, we got.
So far, the feedback I've been getting has been like amazing.
Hmm.
I was thinking there was going to be at least half of it was going to be hate.
Yeah,
but
especially about Paul.
but no, everybody was like, it's very respectful, and I was like, well, I tried to be respectful because.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to help people think about the different perspectives because a lot of the arguments they use to defend Paul makes Paul sound like he doesn't know what he's talking about. But Paul was, if we believe that he was a rhetorician, that he spoke in rhetoric like they did back in the day, then he was
King.
yeah, I mean, he was very intelligent, very intelligent. So you're in Virginia, Baxter?
No, he's in North Carolina.
No, he said he's at his mom's in the mountains.
Oh, border of Virginia. Sparta. That's right down the street from Mayberry. Anyway, we got kitties to feed and dinner to fix.
Thanks for being here, y'all.
Sure.
I'm on.
We look forward to it every week.
Thank you all for showing up, because without you all, there wouldn't be a meeting.
Well, I gotta find somebody to pick on every day, or I'll dry up and blow away.
All I can say is this, man. I was sweating like crazy earlier, and I feel so much better now after sweating. It's weird how that happens.
Hmm.
Might have had a virus.
I stink too.
All right. You ain't right, boy.
Get away from that.
It's not.
All right, I'm gonna leave y'all. We'll see you next week.
We're gonna close it down.
I'm looking for.
What?
Yeah, you too have a good week. I'm looking forward to getting that prayer book.
Well, good.
Good.
Yeah.
I think you'll like it.
I kind of already know I
glass
do.
ready.
Yeah, it is kind of small. Sometimes I have to use my phone to see what it says.
Whatever works, bro. All right, I'll catch y'all later.
All right, Shabbat Shalom, everybody.
Shavui Tov.